This guy possesses the rarest power of all, the divine fingers. With his sacred hand, wait, not that one. His hand is truly sacred. He possesses the divine index finger that crushes everything in its path. The divine middle finger of judgment casts spells to punish his enemies. The divine ring finger holds the power to heal wounds, both his own and his allies. In a world where everyone has powers, he can now be considered a god. It all begins that day. Yahello discovers a new game has appeared on his phone. The moment he taps on the treasure chest, it opens wide. The screen displays, "Welcome to Evil God Creator." Moments later, an ant appears on the screen. Then a row of incomprehensible text appears. He figures he'll just tap randomly to see what happens. To his surprise, he actually crushes the ant with his tap. Then a coin pops out from the screen. The phone displays, "Top 1 crushed to death. You have obtained 1 divine coin. Congratulations." Yahello stares at his phone in confusion. Did he just successfully awaken a hunter ability? If this had happened 20 years ago, he might have checked himself into a psychiatric hospital. But times have changed. 20 years ago, spatial rifts opened. Countless monsters poured through them. Humanity faced extinction. However, everything changed after humans awakened supernatural abilities. The new energy that hunters obtain from hunting monsters becomes humanity's renewed hope. Hunters are classified into ranks from SSS rank down to G rank. Once a hunter's rank is determined, it becomes almost impossible to change. Shortly after, the protagonist arrives at the ability center to have his powers tested. The staff member smiles and says, "Congratulations, Mr. the One God. You possess an ability constitution." He is overjoyed. His mind immediately fills with fantasies of becoming a hunter surrounded by admirers. He prayed silently for at least D rank. "Your rank is G rank." He stares in disbelief. G rank? So basically, his ability is no different from an ordinary person's. Yes. Would you like to register? The fee is $280,000. The protagonist thinks it over. He doesn't even have any dungeons he can access. Why would he waste money on registration? That evening, he returns home feeling agitated. He's about to sleep. His phone beside him starts ringing. Any drowsiness he has instantly vanishes. He picks up his phone and keeps crushing ants to vent his frustration. Before he knows it, coins scatter all over the floor. The next day, when he wakes up, the coins covering the floor have merged into just a small pile. However, the value displayed has changed from 1 to 100. His phone chimes. "Congratulations, unknown God. You fulfilled the requirements to activate God's store. Would you like to open it?" Without hesitation, he taps to open it. To activate the God shop, 100 coins are needed. He doesn't think twice and taps to use them. Then, 1 coin from his bed actually disappears. But after opening the shop, all the text is in strange characters. He cannot understand a single word. Moreover, the items inside require 1 billion coins. He spent all night and only saved up 300 coins. These item prices are ridiculously unfriendly. The shop begins to refresh. The top item now only requires 100 coins. He casually taps on it. Notification, you have obtained the exclusive skill Blind God's Eye. He scoffs, "Blind God? Isn't that just a blind person? What use is a blind person's eye?" The next moment, everything goes dark. He cannot see anything. Yahello frantically feels around for his phone. Suddenly, his toe strikes the table corner. The pain makes him cry out, then his vision returns. That scares him half to death. He steps forward and picks up his phone. This time, he can actually read the text. Inside are all kinds of skills and items. He scrolls for a while. He finds a universal ability, Divine Index Finger, that crushes all things growth type. He taps to acquire it. You have obtained the Divine Index Finger that crushes all things. He looks at his finger, wondering what this Divine Index Finger actually does. The moment he finishes speaking, the air conditioner behind him turns on automatically. Then he points at the air conditioner and says, "Divine Index Finger." Sure enough, it turns off. He points at the computer. It turns on automatically too. So basically, his ability is just a remote control. He picks up his phone again and continues crushing ants. Suddenly, a red ant appears. He taps multiple times, but cannot crush it. No matter how fast he taps, it dodges. This must be a boss. Thinking this, he excitedly taps the screen frantically. But no matter how he taps, it keeps dodging. He is grinding his teeth in frustration. He taps even more frantically. He taps until his hand cramps but still cannot crush the red ant. In the end, it escapes. He can only vent by crushing black ants. His phone displays, your actions have exceeded 800. 200 more actions remain until you obtain the Evil God title. By this point, the protagonist is utterly exhausted. He collapses on his bed and falls into a deep sleep. The phone displays Blind God's Eye activated, exclusive ability unlocked. In his dreams, he finds himself in a movie theater. On the big screen, the film shows a red ant walking with a cane. It hobbles toward a cave entrance. Inside, countless ants are feeding. The red ant shouts, I found where our food supply fled to, but their dark tribe's god attacked me. He is terrifying. Escaping is my limit. We must strike before that monster attacks us. The other ants show no reaction, then they all laugh. Coward. A mere dark tribe god. What kind of threat is that? You are attacked by food supplies? Why don't you just die there? Everyone quiet. An elderly ant enters through the cave entrance. The old ant strokes his whiskers and says, I sense the presence of the dark god. This is the great emperor's territory. On this most sacred land, an evil god of the dark tribe exists. We must execute them immediately. The old ant places his hand on the red ant's head. Energy surges. The red ant's wounds heal instantly. Lead the way, brave soldier. I will personally subjugate that evil spirit. The ant army shouts, let us help deliver death to the evil spirit. Yahello suddenly wakes up. He mutters to himself, what a vivid dream. Did he just dream about ants? His phone chimes. That red ant appears again. His fighting spirit surges. He's ready to crush it, but many red ants appear on screen. The red ant in the center shouts, nature's judgment upon great evil. A blue light shoots out from the phone. A wound opens on his forehead. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ant army charges their energy, nature's judgment upon great evil. Ah, to subjugate an evil god, truly worthy of being called the sage. You achieve great merit. His Majesty the Emperor will surely be pleased. Perhaps he will share some of the saint's flesh brought back from the expedition. The next moment, red light crashes down. Countless points of light illuminate the sky. The ant army suffers devastating casualties. On his end, Yahello is furiously smashing his phone. He smashes it so hard that smoke comes out. Only then does he come to his senses, his beloved phone. The screen is completely shattered. The room is filled with coins. The phone displays, your actions reach 1,000. Congratulations. You have obtained the evil god title, Cruel Slaughterer. He says speechlessly that he's a model citizen. This title does not fit him at all. The coins begin to merge. A ring emerges from the coins. He picks up the ring and examines it. Then he smells the fragrance on the ring. It makes him feel refreshed and his mind becomes clearer. Curious, he slips the ring onto his pinky finger. Energy immediately fills his entire body. His body feels reborn. All fatigue vanishes. His phone chimes, activating Blind God's Eye. Praising ring. Druid's ring contains the life force of the forest. Helps enhance rapid growth ability. He immediately wants to test if he can appraise other things. He aims at his computer and activates Blind God's Eye. It works. Then he thinks, with such a powerful ring and this new appraisal ability, maybe his hunter rank has increased. Just looking at this ring he obtained, he definitely cannot be G rank. He decides to visit the testing center again. Shortly after he arrives at the testing center, the staff member says skeptically, the error rate for test results is less than 1%. Are you certain you want to retest? He says excitedly, yes. Very well. You should know only the first test is free. The total is 1,580,000. How will you pay? Hearing that amount, he feels instant despair. At best, he is only F rank anyway. He apologizes and says he'll come back another time. It is all because that ring got him too excited. He walks to the sofa and sits down. His phone displays activating Blind God's Eye. Beginning appraisal of subjects. Male human, 30 years old, suffers from hemorrhoids. Male human, 41 years old, kidney deficiency. A young woman in the distance catches his attention. Name Song Miri. Female human, 19 years old. She is tingling. He wonders why only she shows a name. And tingling? What kind of strange condition is that? At that moment, he cannot control himself. He keeps walking toward the young woman. He reaches out, wanting to tap her, then asks, "Excuse me, are you experiencing a tingling sensation right now?" The young woman looks at him with disgust. Lightning gathers in her hand. "Look, please do not think this is strange. I am not normally like this." The young woman is on the verge of losing it. His phone rings. He feels relieved. He grabs his phone and runs. It is his sister calling. She wants him to pick up his niece. He arrives at the park and picks up his niece. She is so adorable. He wonders how that demon managed to give birth to such a cute angel. He looks at his niece's cute face. He cannot help reaching out to pinch her cheeks. His niece stomps her feet angrily. "Uncle is so annoying. I told you not to pinch my face." He thinks to himself that he's in trouble now. It will take at least an hour to calm her down. Blind God's Eye activates. Appraisal successful. Kai Chung-in currently wants to eat a chocolate cone. He immediately says, "How about we go get chocolate cones?" Chung-yin's mouth starts watering. Shortly after, they arrive at the ice cream shop. The staff greets them warmly. He pulls out a pile of coins. "1 chocolate cone, please." The staff member looks at the coins, their enthusiasm vanishing. They sort the coins wordlessly. The chocolate portion they give him is noticeably less than usual. He thinks, good thing he has his remote control ability. He activates Divine Index Finger on the ice cream machine. The machine immediately dispenses ice cream uncontrollably. "Won't you give Uncle a bite?" "No." "Alright, you eat it all." Suddenly, his phone chimes. Warning. He picks up his phone. Notification title activated. Cruel Slaughterer. Due to title activation, your combat fortune greatly increases. The ground shakes. Crimson eyes appear in the sky. A massive horned monster emerges from a spatial rift. The horned monster begins destroying everything indiscriminately. He grabs Chung and runs for their lives. Suddenly, Chung-in trips over a rock. He quickly helps her up. The horned monster reaches behind him. The monster roars and lunges at him. He can only close his eyes and wait for death. Thunder. Storm. A young woman appears. It is that tingling sensation girl. The horned monster takes the hit without a scratch. Sparky charges up her lightning again. Thunder. Storm. Did we get him? The monster stands up once more. Damn it. Our rank monsters are on a different level. Can I, a B-rank hunter, never defeat one? Sparky notices them. She shields them and shouts, "Run. I do not know how long I can hold out. Go quickly." Before she finishes speaking, the horned monster strikes again. Sparky gathers her lightning power again, but her energy is insufficient to activate it again. The horned monster is right upon them. "No. Mom. Dad. I cannot forgive them. I will eliminate them all." Jung Wei-li. Do not think about revenge. Stop joking around. I said stop joking. Suddenly, voice echoes in Sparky's mind. Crush all things. Divine Index Finger. Power instantly fills her body. She has never felt such overwhelming strength. Thunder. Storm. Moments later, Sparky is surrounded by the crowd. The rank hunter. Thunder Emperor subdues a rank monster. Thank you, Thunder Emperor. Sparky stares at her hands in. That power gives me the sensation of crossing a boundary. What just happens? He brings Chung Yen over to Sparky. Thank you, Miss Jung Wei-li. He truly does not know how to repay her. No need. I am just glad you are both safe. He carries Chung Yen home. That evening, Yu Ilshin stands alone on the overpass. That horned monster came for him. It wanted to devour him and obtain divinity. This is definitely not a coincidence. And there is the message left when the horned monster was defeated. Trial overcome, cruel slaughterer, rank elevated 1 stage. As a reward, you may obtain divine abilities from the divine shop without consuming coins. However, this is limited to evil god exclusive abilities only. All of this is because of this phone. The thought makes him want to throw it into the ocean. His phone chimes. The screen displays Saint and a string of strange characters. In another world, the ant army invades the Dark Tribe's stronghold. The Dark Tribe Saint is praying to the Dark God. Save us, Dark God. Saint of the Dark Tribe, do you think you can escape from the Empire? The Saint trembles with fear. Unnamed God, will you save the small creature that sends you a plea for help? He looks at the trembling little creature. He aims at the red ant and taps. Saint of the Dark Tribe, you should be grateful to become His Majesty's tribute. He keeps tapping the screen. His phone displays, "The saint wishes to know your name." "My name is the One God." The saint serves the One God. You obtain the Good God title, Benevolent Savior. You currently hold both Evil God and Good God titles. Due to the newly obtained Good God title, the One God's alignment changes from evil to neutral. As a reward for obtaining the Good God title for the first time, 100,000 coins are granted. Joy overwhelms his mind. He quickly opens the shop. He finds Growth God's protection for 1,000 coins. He purchases a bottle and holds it. He appraises it. Eternal Seeker. During cultivation, he stored his own bodily fluids within. By drinking this liquid, mortals can fully unleash their potential. The more consumed, the better. He smells it. Nothing unusual. He downs it in one gulp. He purchases several more bottles. After waiting, his body shows no changes. Suddenly, everything goes dark and he collapses. Evil God Creator's synchronization rate increases from 0 to 5. The One God's exclusive abilities strengthen with rising synchronization rate. He regains consciousness in a daze. He finds himself at home. He looks at his phone groggily. The phone displays due to increased synchronization rate. Evil God Creator's battle arena has been upgraded. Suddenly, feels something on his hand. He looks closely. His bed is crawling with countless ants. He jumps off the bed and runs toward the door. He discovers with horror that his door will not open. The ants open their jaws and begin biting him. He jumps around frantically from the bites. He looks at the window. He's only on the 3rd floor. Even if he jumps, it should be fine. But his head strikes the glass. He is thrown back. Is he going to die here? At this thought, rage surges within him. He activates Divine Index Finger directly. He crushes the ants. A line of ant soldiers calmly picks up their bows. Countless arrows fly toward him. They pierce his entire body. How do you like that, unnamed monster? This is the great Imperial Army. All forces attack. Eliminate that monster and present his head to His Majesty, the Emperor. He kneels on the ground. Breathing itself becomes difficult. He looks up and finds his lifeline, a can of insecticide. He grabs a lighter and ignites the insecticide. The ant army has no ability to resist. This is the power of a god. The fire ignites his room. The deadly problem is that his body will not move. His phone displays high-ranking evil god Silently Creeping Nightmare sends the One God a gift. Gift from high-ranking evil. God may lock the One God's alignment to evil. Will you accept the gift? He taps accept without hesitation. Nothing happens. The phone displays partial abilities of Silently Creeping Nightmare are infiltrating the One God's exclusive abilities. In panic, he tries to activate Divine Index Finger, but it is useless. Is he going to die here? Suddenly, the window beside him shatters. He looks up. It is Sparky. He wakes up in the hospital. Chung looks at him suspiciously. Are you really Uncle? Then say the password. Mom is a fart fairy chubby auntie. It really is Uncle. Uncle, do not get sick. You have to play with me. Because Chung comes to see Uncle, so Uncle does not hurt at all now. 2 screams follow. I am a patient. You go too far. Your sister is busy cleaning up your mess, and you call me a chubby auntie. Have you no conscience? A knock sounds at the door. Chung-in opens the door, but sees no one. Only a flower basket sits at the entrance. Uncle, there is no one here. He wonders who it could be. Meanwhile, Sparky stands on a rooftop near the hospital observing him. When she defeats the horned monster, and when she moves from the fire scene to the hospital, around that man, she unleashes power beyond her limits. After 3 days of observation, she still cannot understand what about that man allows her to exceed her limits. Wait, am I acting too much like a stalker? He sneaks out secretly. He should return before his sister notices. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain below. Those cursed ants actually attacked his vital parts. They are still tormenting him in this condition. His phone displays the saint, and her 101 followers are praying to the One God. The followers wish to offer tribute to the One God. Will you accept? Tribute refers to gifts presented to persons of high status. That makes him a person of high status. He taps accept. A glowing small stone emerges from the phone. Fruit of the World Tree. 1 of 7 fruits left in the world by the World Tree. Beneficial for vitality. He smells it. No particular scent. He swallows the fruit. After eating it, he tenses up. He grimaces. So salty. This tastes like an 80-year-old outhouse. The next moment, warmth fills his body. His wounds heal completely. His phone chimes. The display reads, Evil God Creator activates the additional function, Divine Grace. You may bestow grace upon followers who offer tribute. He wonders, what do ants like? He looks at the white sugar nearby. In the other world, the ants watch white sugar rain from the sky. They consume the sugar. Their wounds heal completely. Even severed limbs regenerate. The God creates a miracle. Our great and merciful one God. His phone displays congratulations. You obtain 101 true believers. One faith generated. He marvels to himself. Simple white sugar makes them this happy. They are rather endearing. Shortly after, he arrives at the second-hand market. He finds an item trading shop. The staff greets him warmly as he enters. After learning he wants to sell an item, she asks him to fill out a form. He sits down and looks at the form. It requires the item's origin. He cannot write that he obtained it from hunting ants. If not for the house repairs, he would not sell it. Several people enter through the door. Male human, 29 years old. Special note, underdeveloped muscles. He thinks those are underdeveloped muscles. He can probably kill him with one punch. He wonders why blind God's eye keeps appraising automatically. He does not want to know. At the counter, a man presents an exquisite suit of armor, but blind God's eye appraises it as 29-year-old garbage scrap iron armor. Special note, crude enhancement and illusion skill applied. The staff examines the armor with a magnifying glass. 560 units of magic power. Excellent. The Rooster Headman continues, our products all have quality assurance. I will only charge you 300 million. Cash only. The staff considers for a moment. Please wait. I will retrieve it from the vault. He stands up and shouts, wait, that item is fake. You cannot buy it. He is furious with himself. Why did he have to interfere? The three men freeze. A large man grabs his collar and curses. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Divine index finger that crushes all things. The armor crumbles into scrap. The large man turns to strike him, but the Rooster Headman stops him. He steps forward and bows. We apologize, high-ranking hunter. If you permit, we will take our leave. He nods. The three men leave. The staff says excitedly, thank you for helping me. So you are a hermit. Hermits are individuals also called recluses. They do not operate as hunters and live ordinary lives as eccentrics. He has not yet decided how to explain. The staff says you mentioned you want to sell an item, correct? He fumbles through his belongings. The staff examines his ring. Its magic power value is only 2. Even if I want to offer you a high price, it is at most a D rank item. He takes back the ring. Blind God's eye activates. Druid's ring contains the life force of the forest. Special note, best given to Sparky nearby. Sparky? Sparky is standing nearby, observing him to recover so quickly from a near-death state. Could it be the effect of a supreme grade potion? He is merely a G rank hunter. How does he obtain a supreme grade potion? He might truly be a high-ranking hunter. Not only does he see through my identity, but he recovers his health so quickly. If he is truly powerful, perhaps he can help me exceed the limits of my power. Wait, I am acting like a stalker again. If my sister finds out, she will surely lecture me. He approaches her from behind. Sparky, he has something to give her. After searching through his belongings, he blushes and presses the ring into Sparky's hand. He tells her to please accept it. It will surely help her. He runs off while Sparky stands there looking bewildered. After receiving the ring, Sparky goes to the testing center to assess her abilities. A researcher says in shock, your energy reaches 7,000. This is exceptional even among the rank hunters. Sparky looks at her hands. This ring actually elevates me to a rank. He just casually gives me such a powerful item. A man nearby applauds. 2 young people accompany him. They are among the few S-rank hunters. The woman is Sparky's sister, Shangwena. Shangwena says coldly, do not get carried away, Shangwei. No matter what, you are merely a rank. And if you dare act on your own to seek revenge, I will not forgive you. Sparky thinks, I am sorry, sister. Cannot obey you. As long as that man helps me exceed my power limits, revenge will be simple. Ilshin is asleep at that moment. He dreams of the Ant Emperor. He orders General Kamakiri to lead 5 million troops to subjugate him. Kamakiri below responds with dignified bearing. I obey your majesty's command. He jolts awake. It was a dream. He sighs in relief. Thank goodness it was a dream. Then it hits him. Based on past patterns, this is definitely not an ordinary dream. He nearly died from a 100,000 ants. This is 50 times that number. What should he do? His phone chimes. An entity named Silently Creeping Nightmare sends him a message. It asks if he needs power. It then says he is an immature and cowardly god, requesting he sacrifice 100 humans, especially those sharing his bloodline. He blocks it immediately. Suddenly, Blind God's eye activates. A projection appears before him. An ant within speaks to him. Monster of the ignorant tribe, I am General Kamakiri. I will sever your head and present it to His Majesty, the Emperor. The projection vanishes. This is the one from his dream. Approximately 3 days remain. He looks at his phone. The saint and her followers hear news of the Imperial Army's assault and are terrified. This time he must prepare thoroughly. He stands before the mirror attempting to appraise himself with Blind God's eye. He stares so hard his eyes nearly pop out. Finally, the appraisal succeeds. Special note, fragile and timid. He sits on his bed in exchange for necessary items. Grants fireworks better with divine index finger. In reality, it produces flames weaker than a lighter. He was deceived again. He should have discarded it back then. He remembers Growth God's protection. He consumes 200 bottles consecutively. Evil God Creator synchronization rate increases to 10%. He polishes his sword 20 times and collapses at his computer desk. Sparky purchases small gifts, hoping to engage him in deeper conversation. She arrives at his door. She rings the doorbell. No one answers despite repeated attempts. Sparky notices the door is not fully closed. She carefully opens it and calls out to see if he is home. His room is empty, and now the protagonist is a captive in some warehouse. But because he polished his sword 20 times the day before, he's still asleep, adrift in a sea of pleasant dreams. His 3 kidnappers watch him in confusion as he laughs to himself. Excellent. He wants them all. He awakens. He looks around in confusion. A kidnapping? The rooster headman says mockingly. Impressive that you can sleep in this situation. Blind God's eye displays male human. Special note, uses low-grade flame. Male human. Special note, underdeveloped muscles. Looking at these descriptions, these are the fraudsters he encountered at the item shop. He asks what they want. The rooster headman says, we seek compensation naturally. You ruin our transaction. He says awkwardly that he doesn't have his phone. The thin man holds up his phone. We bring it for you. Blind God's eye alerts him. Ant army is 20 meters from reaching his location. He shouts urgently for them to untie him quickly. Throw away the phone. It is too late. Countless ants pour from the phone. They cover the thin man's body instantly. Within 1 second, the ant army devours him completely. The rooster headman and his companion watch in shock. He turns and curses. You can control insects? Rather unique. He unleashes flames that consume the ant army. You Ilshan watches. This is supposed to be a low-grade flame. The rooster headman incinerates the ant army. He turns menacingly. Now we settle the account for killing my subordinate. The protagonist tenses up. He's done for. The rooster headman stumbles. He collapses. A stone strikes his head. Blood pours from the wound. He looks down. The ant army has deployed catapults. The large man attempts to escape. The door will not open. He tells him to untie him quickly. The ant army's catapults launch. Blood splatters. Even those massive flames cannot eliminate the army. He wonders if he can escape this place alive. Had he known they were this formidable, he should have discarded the phone from the beginning. Evil God, your subordinates are dead. I will eliminate you immediately and transform you into His Majesty's sustenance. His phone chimes. The display reads, activating minor miracle. Lightning strikes. Countless ants are eliminated instantly. Sparky descends majestically before him. He rejoices. The ant general thinks with fury to show such contempt for the emperor's army while not acting personally and to command such a powerful subordinate. That evil god is truly an evil god among evil gods capable of destroying the empire. It removes its armor and roars. Today I, Kamakiri, shall perish here, but I will at least eliminate one more of your subordinates. Sparky continues electrocuting them. The ants are too numerous. He stands behind, grinning foolishly, completely unaware of approaching danger. The ant general whispers, "Thousand blades that sever all. I am your servant. Grant me your great power." He sacrifices all his subordinates to you. The unaware subordinates shout for the general to take cover. The ant general severs the heads of the remaining ants with one strike. Sparky and Yu Ilshin are stunned. After eliminating its subordinates, the ant general emanates overwhelming pressure. Blind God's Eye activates. Kamakiri female. Special note, Imperial General intends to sever Sparky's head with 1,000 blades. Before he can react, the ant general leaps towards Sparky. Sparky hastily activates her lightning. The ant general splits the lightning. It charges towards Sparky with overwhelming momentum. The blade flashes. Sparky lies in a pool of blood. Rage consumes his mind. These cursed ants. She saved his life 3 times. A notification appears. You may use divine power to alter a mortal's fate. This will consume 100,000 divine coins. He confirms without hesitation. Golden light fills his eyes, using divine power to reverse time and alter fate. He returns to the moment the ant general severs the lightning. The ant general charges towards Sparky with overwhelming force. Sparky has no time to react and prepares for death. His chains shatter. He stands and pulls Sparky behind him. He glares at the ant general with murderous intent. Sparky observes his fierce display. She thinks he truly is a master. The ant general continues shouting, a lowly ant. He raises his middle finger. Under judgment, divine middle finger. The ant general is obliterated by this strike. He watches all this with a calm expression while Sparky gazes at him with admiration. He picks up a small knife and asks curiously what it's for. The next moment, he throws the knife away because it's scorching hot. She removes her helmet and excitedly asks if he's the hermit. Then she actually kneels down and begs him to take her as his disciple. But he's just the lowest ranked hunter. He only defeated the ant general thanks to his system. There's no way he can teach her anything, but Sparky still clings to him. Even when he's watching wholesome content, Sparky watches along with him. He asks her speechlessly how long she plans to stay at his place. Sparky says she'll leave when he accepts her as his disciple. He tells her helplessly that he's just a G-rank hunter. Sparky says that just the ring he gave her made her much stronger. Since he gave her something so precious, she wants a chance to make amends. Afterwards, Sparky carries bags of cement and starts repairing his house. Before long, his previously dilapidated room becomes exquisitely renovated by Sparky. Then he plans to find something to eat with Sparky. But just then, an emergency call comes in. Sparky says there won't be time for a meal. She puts on her helmet and prepares to leave. He takes out a bottle of Growth God's protection for her to bring along. After thanking him, Sparky flies off into the distance. Moments later, he arrives at a restaurant to eat. The restaurant is playing news. The host announces that the S-rank monster, Trake, has appeared. Fortunately, a hunter arrived at the scene in time, but buying the citizens time to escape is already her limit. The hunter currently facing Trake alone is B-rank hunter, Thunder Empress. Meanwhile, after rescuing a citizen, Sparky stays behind to cover the retreat. Facing an S-rank monster, even Sparky feels uncertain, but there's no time to think. The monster's attack is already upon her. Sparky jumps and unleashes her lightning power. After being struck by this attack, Drake falls silent. The on-site host commentates that Hunter Thunder Empress has defeated Drake. The crowd erupts in cheers. Sparky also happily thinks she's defeated the S-rank monster, but the next moment, a tentacle strikes. With one blow, it sends Sparky flying. The strike directly causes Sparky to lose her combat ability. At this moment, Sparky sees the Growth God's protection beside her. Meanwhile, Trake is charging straight toward the crowd. The next moment, after drinking the potion, Sparky is back at full health. Her entire body surges with lightning power that can tear through anything. Then she unleashes 1 billion volts. This strike directly tears the S-rank monster apart. Afterward, a reporter interviews Sparky. Sparky excitedly says to the camera that she did it, and it's all thanks to the potion her teacher gave her. This video already has 2 million views. A celebrity like this is actually eating noodles at his place. He tells her she should probably go home or her family will worry. Sparky says bitterly that no one will worry about her. He comforts her, saying what parents wouldn't worry about such a beautiful daughter. Sparky says dejectedly that her parents both died in the Abyss Falling Dragon incident. The Abyss Falling Dragon was incredibly powerful. Humanity suffered millions of casualties to kill it. He immediately covers his mouth in shame, then he tells her to eat his portion of noodles with black bean sauce too. Sparky immediately beams with joy. At this moment, his phone displays a notification. You have fulfilled the other party's affection and trust values. If the other party says the next keyword, you can activate faith. Keyword to activate faith, believe in the one God. He thinks dismissively that this isn't some girl-raising game, but then he thinks again, will activating faith give him lots of divine coins like it did with the saint? Who knows when the ant army will attack again? Either way, the more divine coins, the better. Then he asks Sparky if she can repeat a phrase after him. It's believe in the one God. After saying this, he kneels on the ground and says shamefully that it's too forced after all. He apologizes for saying such strange things. I believe in the one God. The next moment, his phone notifies him that faith has been successfully generated. Congratulations. Xiang Miri is your first follower on Earth. The skill-sharing option has been generated. You can borrow your believer's power. He immediately says furiously that this damn game isn't giving him coins. He wants to uninstall it right now. Sparky looks at him with confusion. At this moment, a portal appears behind Sparky. Many ants emerge from it. They're carrying treasure chests wanting to make peace with him. Unaware of this, he wants to test if he can use Lightning Storm. Then he raises his hand and activates skill sharing. The next moment, he actually unleashes Lightning Storm. Instantly, the massive energy directly rips off his roof. This strike also electrocutes the ant delegation to ashes. Sparky looks at him with an excited expression. Teacher, so you can use lightning too. You're really amazing. Meanwhile, he wants to cry but has no tears. His house was just repaired. On the other side, in the ant world, after the ant emperor learns that his delegation was annihilated by him, he immediately sends out all his elite forces in fury, vowing to eliminate the protagonist. Meanwhile, Yu Ilshin is currently watching Sparky run. Before long, Sparky completes 100 laps. He hands her a bottle of Growth God's protection. To him, it's just a drink, but it's effective for Sparky. Since he's decided to take her as his disciple, he must do something for her, but he can only give her these potions. At this point, Sparky asks what to do next. He tells her to do squats first, then he thinks of using the blind god's eye to appraise her. Maybe it can tell him how to conduct training. So he begins appraising Sparky. But the next moment, the system notifies him that he's reached the inner mind of the target. He arrives at an extremely empty place. Then a blinding light appears before his eyes. A massive lightning tiger bound tightly by iron chains appears before him. Sparky's true nature is S-rank, sealed for 10 years. So Sparky is an S-rank hunter. Back then, the divine index finger that crushes all things briefly unsealed her. In other words, breaking those chains will release all her power. Then he attacks the chains with the divine index finger. But he can only break a small portion at a time, so he has to give up for now. Moments later, he bids farewell to Sparky, then he returns home. Looking at the messy house, he's quite troubled. At this moment, his phone rings. Silently creeping Nightmare is looking at him mournfully. All-slying Heavenly Blade is looking at him resentfully. He thinks to himself, is this guy the owner of that fruit knife? But all-slying Heavenly Blade says his sword is not some mere fruit knife, but a divine blade capable of slaying gods. He expresses disbelief at this. Wait, can these guys actually read his thoughts? These damn stalkers have now become two. Silently creeping Nightmare requests to be unblocked. Heavenly Blade requests the return of his divine sword. Watching this scene, he becomes furious. He tells them both. He nearly lost his life to obtain the divine sword. Allslying Heavenly Blade proposes that if he returns the divine sword, he'll give him back the offering from the ant delegation. 2,200,000 divine coins. He curses angrily that he's truly despicable, flaunting stolen money. Silently creeping Nightmare scoffs at this, stating that if he hands over the divine sword to it, it will pay 10 million divine coins. He's immediately tempted. With 10 million, he can purchase suitable lower-tier omnipotence or items and buy many potions for Sparky. All-slying Heavenly Blade feels very uneasy about this proposal. Seeing his appearance, silently creeping Nightmare mocks him as a beggar. All-slying Heavenly Blade is angry about this and proposes to grant him his authority. Then all-slaying heavenly blade demonstrates his authority, zenith of the sword. He says that using his authority, no master will be his match. He agrees with this. Throughout history, the sword has been every man's aspiration. Silently creeping nightmare laughs mockingly while demanding that he accept his authority. Rose that blooms at night, he says that using his authority, he can subdue enemies effortlessly. Yahello immediately devises a plan. He asks if either of them want to add anything more to their bids. Moments later, he obtains Zenith of the Sword, 2,200,000 divine coins, and 3 uses of the Allslaying Heavenly Blade Treasury plus Rose that blooms at night. He thinks to himself that the Allslaying Heavenly Blade Treasury can only be used 3 times, so he needs to use it sparingly. Then he wants to try the other 2 abilities. He sits on the ground and shouts Rose that blooms at night, but nothing happens. His phone notifies him that Rose that blooms at night can only be activated when the owner is asleep. He shouts speechlessly that it activates after he falls asleep. So how is he supposed to know what ability this is? He's a fool for believing the stalker's words. Then he uses Zenith of the Sword, but still nothing happens. This scene angers him enough to cause constipation for 3 years. The next moment, his phone notifies him that Zenith of the Sword is activated. Then he uncontrollably mutters that he's going to cut everything down. The small knife in his hand radiates evil power. Then he uncontrollably licks the small knife. Then he actually runs toward the restaurant next door. After arriving, he frantically helps chop 100,000 green onions. By evening, he returns home exhausted. He mutters what kind of terrible Zenith of the Sword randomly controls people. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Before long, he falls into a deep sleep. Moments later, the ant army appears on his rooftop. Seeing him asleep, they charge toward him. At this moment, a rose actually grows from his chest. The rose opens its enormous mouth and devours all the ant forces. Then it closes its mouth. Fear, lowly created beings. Your nightmare is about to bloom. The mother mosquito exclaims in shock that it's the nightmare flower. 3,000 years ago, it devoured 90% of the continent's population called the sinful calamity god, the apostle of silently creeping nightmare, nightmare flower. The mother mosquito says calmly, not to fear. Today will surely go down in our blood clan history. Then she charges toward him. Seeing this, the other ants also begin their assault, but their attacks have no effect on the rose. In the blink of an eye, the rose devours all the ants. Seeing this, the mother mosquito roars that although she cannot kill the evil god, she will at least make the calamity god's apostle, the monster flower, accompany her in death. Then she unleashes her strongest strike, but the rose devours her ultimate move in a single bite. The mother mosquito watches this scene in disbelief, then the rose devours her in one bite. When he wakes up the next day, he only feels extremely bloated. He groggily picks up his phone. It displays that the saint and her followers are desperately requesting aid. He quickly activates the blind god's eye to see what's happening. The saint and her followers have been poisoned by the bee clan. He thinks to himself, did they poke a beehive trying to get honey? He opens his computer wanting to search how to treat ant poisoning. His phone notifies him that due to the one god's concern for the believer's earnest plea, the miracle option has been activated. For believers, miracles are one of the meanings of a god's existence. According to your miracle orientation, believers will either revere you more or fear you more. Activating a healing miracle requires 100,000 divine coins. He clicks confirm without hesitation. Part of the fruit of the world tree that the one god absorbed will be used as material for the miracle. They should be fine now. After doing this, he suddenly feels very sleepy. In the blink of an eye, he falls back asleep. His phone notifies him that the benevolent god titled Benevolent Savior has risen from E rank to D rank. The one god's alignment has changed from evil to neutral. Several benevolent gods, especially Endless Abundance, are beginning to notice you. On the other side in the ant world, the saint and her people all have ashen faces. They're all praying for a miracle. The next moment, a raindrop falls. Immediately, countless raindrops follow, and the deadly poison on the ants is washed away by the rain. The saint rises and shouts that the one god has saved them once again. Now they must repay the god with the tribe's most sincere trust. They will create offerings to sacrifice to the god. After an unknown amount of time, he wakes up groggily. Sparky is actually at his place. She says the training time passed and he didn't show up, so she came to check. Then she asks what the statue on the table is. He looks up. The statue of the one god was made by the dark tribe with a grateful heart, imitating the one god. His feature is that it's extremely ugly. He says speechlessly, "What is that hideous thing?" But Sparky says the statue is just like him, looking more handsome the more you look at it. Then she asks if she can take the statue. He tells her to do as she pleases. After sending Sparky away, he prepares to watch some wholesome content. But his phone notifies him that the world tree sapling is sick and will wither in 24 hours. He hastily takes out Growth God's protection, but it doesn't work. The world tree is the fruit that healed him when he was injured. In other words, if he cures it, he can sell its fruit. He searches through the divine shop for quite a while and finally finds an item, Tears of Endless Abundance. Only those certified as good people by the goddess can use it. Purchasing it will generate a quest. Moments later, he arrives on the street picking up cigarette butts. To save the world tree, he actually has to do this kind of thing. After picking for a long time, his goodwill only increases by 1%. He still needs 99 more to complete the quest. Suddenly, a voice calls out asking what he's doing on his turf. He turns around to see a very muscular homeless man. He thinks to himself, he's heard homeless people are very sensitive about their territory. He quickly pulls out a $1 bill and hands it to him. But seeing this, the homeless man actually shouts angrily that he dares to give charity to Choi Gang-san. Choi Gang-san, he remembers now. He's an S-rank hunter who started as a sanitation worker. Choi Gang-san snatches the dollar bill and says that since it's his sincerity, he'll accept it. He looks at his phone, puzzled. He clearly gave charity to someone. So why hasn't his goodwill increased? He looks at Choi Gang-san drinking alcohol. He actually gave charity to that kind of drunkard. No wonder his goodwill didn't increase. He calls out, dissatisfied, "Grandpa." And Choi Gang-san immediately shouts angrily asking why he called him Grandpa. He quickly takes out a plastic bag and says quietly to please put the bottle here, that he'll take care of it, calling him Big Brother. Hearing him call him Big Brother, Choi Gang-san immediately beams with joy. Just then, an alarm sounds in the distance. A monster has appeared. He immediately decides to make a run for it, but Choi Gang-san swiftly grabs him. Then with one leap, he takes flight. After coming to his senses, he looks down. He nearly dies of fright on the spot. Before long, they fly to a factory building. Meanwhile, Yu Il-shin has already lost consciousness. When Choi Gang-san releases his grip, he collapses to the ground. Before them stands a massive toad monster. Choi Gang-san mutters that tonight's drinking snack will be toad legs. After saying this, he charges toward the toad. At this moment, his system notifies him that it has detected killing intent threatening the authority owner. Then the nightmare flower emerges from his body. The nightmare flower opens its enormous mouth and bites toward both the toad monster and Choi Gang-san. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare flower swallows them both in one bite. Meanwhile, in his daze, he arrives at a forest. He stands up only to discover a person wearing white clothes standing before him. He steps forward and asks stuttering where this is. That person removes their hat and says that he has returned the great and merciful God. As he stands stunned, cracks suddenly appear before his eyes. Then he returns to reality. He immediately sees Choi Gang-san lying on the ground covered in filth. Choi Gang-san cries out for his mother saying he's scared because a huge flower ate him. He wonders, good grief, why does it smell so bad? Did he fall into an outhouse? Then his phone notifies him that he's defeated the evil god's subordinate, contributed to world peace, and exceeded the goodwill quest. As a reward, you are given the miraculous item Tears of Endless Abundance. The Tears effect activates to heal the sick world tree sapling. He immediately beams with joy. He can sell the world tree fruit and become wealthy. Congratulations on successfully reviving the world tree. You have laid the foundation for the Dark Tribe's revival. To thank you, the members of the Dark Tribe have additionally offered a statue of the one god. After sending Choi Gang-san to the hospital, he returns home. Looking at the statue on the table, he's speechless. Where does this thing even resemble him? His phone notifies him that because the statue resembles him, the empathy rate between him and the ants in the evil god creator's world has risen to 10%. At this moment, a message pops up on his phone. Our great and merciful one god. He looks at his phone, never imagining he'd one day be messaging with ants. Then it displays another message, begging him to save their poor tribe members. Dying dark tribe members. Special situation attacked by magical beasts. He looks at the ants lying on the ground. He immediately shouts, angrily asking who did this. He tells them to take him to find those magical beasts. He'll crush them with his own hands. After hearing his words, the ants immediately cry tears of emotion. Then he tells them to lead the way. Perhaps because they're ants, they move very slowly. Finally, the ants stop and gaze ahead in terror. He immediately zooms in on his phone to see what's happening. When he sees clearly, he tenses up. It's actually a dense swarm of cockroaches. Cockroaches summon beasts. Special trait multiplies by 2 every hour. Immediately, he turns around and flees at full speed. The ants leading the way also panic at the sight of the cockroaches desperate to escape. However, the saintess tells them not to panic. She points behind them and shouts that the one god who protects the tribe has always been with them. But when she turns around, she sees him running away. The saintess cannot believe what she's witnessing. The other ants see him fleeing and cry out in despair that they've been abandoned by their god and we are screwed. Moments later, he stares at the cockroach corpses covering the ground. Fortunately, because he hates cockroaches, he had stocked up on plenty of cockroach poison at home. The ants are cleaning up the battlefield, finishing off any cockroaches still clinging to life. He looks at the dejected saintess with confusion. He asks her what's wrong since they've already driven back the beasts. Upon hearing this, the saintess bursts into tears and cries that she dared to briefly doubt the one god's intentions, that she's unworthy of serving the one god, and begs to be executed. He's about to comfort her when his phone displays a notification. The message states that he's met the conditions to generate an exclusive divine power, divine thumb of multiplication. He immediately clicks to obtain it. Looking at the overly dramatic description, it's as embarrassingly pretentious as always. Just as he's about to test this ability, his online dating partner sends a message asking to meet in person. But when he arrives at the location, he discovers that the person is actually a man. He's left speechless. He decides to freeload a meal and then make his escape. However, the man keeps staring at him, then asks when he plans to marry him. He stammers, trying to figure out how to deceive him. Seeing this, the man slams the table and angrily calls him a scumbag, asking if he never intended to marry him at all. Just as he's about to placate him, his phone rings. The screen shows that another group of beasts is attacking the Dark Tribe, asking if he wants to multiply the Dark Tribe ants to drive them away. He immediately selects multiply. The man notices he's playing a game, stands up, and slaps him hard across the face. Meanwhile, in the ant world, the ants stand ready in formation below. The saintess stands on a high platform with both hands raised shouting, "Great One God, we will soon eliminate all the beasts." Shortly after, his phone displays that he's successfully defeated the Destruction God's beasts and earned 300 million divine coins. At this moment, he walks alone on the street. After a struggle, he successfully protected his dignity. His phone notifies him that Endless Abundance has offered to sponsor him as a special reward for his ranking as benevolent savior. The one god can freely choose any ability with all costs covered by Endless Abundance. In that case, he naturally chooses the most expensive option. He selects Heaven and Earth Creation, an exclusive divine power of the Supermoon God with a price tag of 1 followed by 100,000 zeros. However, the phone notifies him that the one god is far from meeting the requirements to use Heaven and Earth Creation to adapt to the one god's level. Heaven and Earth Creation has been partially adjusted and is now changed to a one-time use of false Heaven and Earth Creation. The world undergoes certain changes. That night, everyone stares at the sky in shock. A second moon has appeared beside the original moon. Because he's been drinking a lot of cheap alcohol, he loses consciousness right after making the selection. The next day, with a pounding headache, he sits on the steps training Sparky. Sparky completes 500 laps in just 5 minutes. He tells her to do a plank next so he can enter Sparky's mindscape again. He tells Sparky not to move at all, then activates Blind God's Eye on her. He enters Sparky's inner mind once more. The lightning tiger has now lowered its guard against him. He then uses Divine Index Finger to break the chains. Although many chains remain, he's already freed quite a few. The lightning tiger affectionately licks his face. After emerging, he tells Sparky to test if there's any improvement, and the results don't disappoint. Sparky exclaims with delight that the training is indeed working. Sparky then goes to run another 200 laps to finish up, while his phone sends a notification. The saintess wants him to give her a name. Thinking about it, having a name is better than just calling her saintess all the time. From now on, you'll be called Little White." Upon hearing this name, the saintess is moved to tears of joy. The other ants all request that he give them names as well, but naming several 100 ants would take forever. So he simply numbers them as number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. Moments later, he returns home. His phone notifies him that the ant tribe has evolved into the Jamie tribe due to the names bestowed by the one god and the experience gained from hunting beasts. They're quite adorable. Because the Jamie tribe has evolved, the one god's level rises to 2. The level increase activates civilization renaissance. Through his manipulations, he helps the ants establish walls, training grounds, and farmland. The saintess Little White proclaims loudly, asking everyone if they see the miracle performed by the one god and calls for them to worship the great one god together. He finds these little ants increasingly adorable. He then clicks on the third question mark option. Unexpectedly, a tower filled with evil energy appears, Tower of Warriors. Only those with high courage and faith can challenge this tower. Special note states that the survival rate for challengers is only 1 in 10,000. The ant tribe falls into panic upon seeing the Tower of Warriors. Seeing this, he can only destroy the walls to block the tower's entrance. He then warns them never to enter the tower out of curiosity. Among the many ants, one ant stares at its own hands. It recalls the terrible situations when the tribe faced danger, thinking that if only it could become stronger, it could protect the tribe. It gazes at the tower and makes a certain resolution. Meanwhile, in the Ant Empire, the Ant Emperor rages at a cockroach because even his cockroach army failed to eliminate the dark god of the dark tribe. The Ant Emperor extends his left hand and kills the cockroach with a single strike. He then shouts angrily about a bunch of useless insects, asking if he must handle things personally. At this moment, a voice speaks up. "Please calm your anger, your majesty." A spider spirit then approaches the Ant Emperor. "Please leave worldly matters to me. Your majesty need only prepare for ascension to the divine realm. Those insects of the dark tribe and the evil god they serve will be completely eliminated by me. Even if it cost me my life, this is a king among mosquitoes. A single bite can drain a zombie dry." At this moment, it has just finished draining a zombie. A figure approaches from the distance. It's the spider spirit. She holds an object called the cursed needle and hands it to the mosquito, instructing it to eliminate the dark god of the dark tribe. The mosquito says sinisterly that it wants to taste the evil god's blood. The spider spirit says indifferently that it can do as it pleases. The mosquito then attaches the cursed needle while thinking to itself that once it absorbs the evil god's blood and gains power, it will overthrow the Ant Emperor and crown itself as emperor. At this moment, Yahello is trash-talking his teammates. He unleashes his 20 years of single-person hand speed to furiously defend his family's honor. He doesn't stop until the keyboard is practically smoking. After finishing his defense, he picks up his phone to see what the ants are doing. They're all sleeping at the moment. Then he notices a stone trembling. The next moment, an ant lifts the stone. This fellow is actually lifting a stone so much larger than itself. Number 1 is a warrior of the Jamie tribe, training hard to protect the tribe. He scratches his head wondering if he can help it. He gives it a bottle of growth god's protection. Number 1 becomes so moved upon receiving it that it's incoherent with gratitude. He then returns to his computer to continue trash-talking teammates, completely unaware that a mosquito is watching him from the window. After observing for a while, the mosquito flies toward him. It bites him on the forehead. He instinctively slaps at it. He wonders, why are there still mosquitoes when it's almost winter? The next second, he feels as if he's fallen into an icy pit. He then sneezes. Unexpectedly, he sprays out a stream of mucus 8 meters long. He decides to go to the bathroom to wash his face. In front of the mirror, he discovers that a demonic mark has appeared on his forehead. His blind god's eye tells him this is the mark of the vile plague bearer activating the chilling curse. He thinks, what is this thing? He still needs to defend his parents' honor in the game. No time to think. The fever curse appears next, followed by the muscle pain curse and anemia curse. He hastily searches through the divine shop. He finds Huada's pill. When he clicks to purchase it, a mission notification pops up. He immediately decides in despair to go to the hospital himself. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a man looks around furtively. He's a follower of an evil god. He's been brainwashed to believe only in the evil god. His purpose at the hospital is to carry out a suicide attack to offer sacrifices to the evil god. On his end, Yu Ilshin finally arrives at the hospital. At this moment, he can only crawl on the ground, and his ridiculous mission clearly never intended for him to survive. The mission requires him to save 100 humans with sincere devotion. He might as well just die. In the hospital lobby, the evil god follower holds a nurse hostage with a detonator in his hand, warning everyone not to move. Sparky stands opposite him, ready for action. He stares at this scene in confusion. The evil god follower sees the demonic mark on his forehead and assumes he's his accomplice. He quickly shouts at him to come help him. Let's offer sacrifices together for the descent of the destruction god. Upon hearing this, Sparky shouts angrily, asking what nonsense this attacker is spouting and that he's got the wrong person since that's her teacher. The bald man retorts that the skull on his forehead is their symbol. He clearly senses the evil aura. He's obviously a trusted agent sent by Mr. John. He looks at him and activates Blind God's Eye, successfully reading his memories. In his memories, a purple-haired man instructs him to make the sacrifices feel more fear than eliminate them. For the descent of the destruction, God offer more sacrifices to that being. After reading his memories, he realizes how dangerous the situation is. At this moment, the bald man shouts furiously for the destruction god. He's about to press the detonator. Seeing this, the protagonist quickly extends his index finger, the all-crushing divine index finger. At the same time, the bald man has already pressed the detonator. Exhausted, he shouts to Sparky that now is the moment. The bald man stares at the detonator in disbelief. The explosion doesn't occur. The next second, with a terrified expression on the bald man's face, Sparky's lightning strikes without mercy. The bald man is electrocuted and loses control of his bodily functions on the spot. He has already collapsed on the ground unconscious. Before losing consciousness, a voice echoes in his mind, activating the necrosis curse. In a daze, he arrives at a vast empty space. He walks through it for a long time. Then a voice speaks, "Newly born infant god, you've actually forced me to act personally. I will make you experience endless fear of death and agony." At the next moment, several demons hundreds of feet tall appear before him. As he stands stunned, Nightmare Flower appears behind those monsters. It devours the previously arrogant monsters in one bite. Mission complete. Congratulations on exceeding the requirements for the mission to save others if you want to survive. The master of medicinal book is very pleased with your goodwill. You've obtained Wada's pill. He wakes up in a daze feeling something in his mouth. He chews instinctively. The next moment, all his physical ailments are completely healed. As an additional reward, a portion of that being's divine power will merge into your body. Sparky is surrounded by people asking for autographs. He takes advantage of the chaos to escape the scene. Back home, he lies comfortably on his bed, marveling at how effective Juwada's pill is. Then his phone notifies him. Number 1 is begging for the One God's help. The phone displays the message, "One God, I apologize for disturbing you. Could you give me more of the medicine you bestowed upon me before?" He immediately sits up and asks what happened. Number 1 lies on the ground, and he is trembling. The long-haired man thinks he must overcome his challenges to protect his tribe. The door opens slowly, revealing a light. With a determined look, he observes the situation. Now, Illinois Ho challenges the Tower of Heroes. This is the first floor known as the Trial of the Rock. The condition is clear. He must overcome the challenges and proceed to the second floor. Thanks to the drink Yulson gave him, he levels up and changes his class to soldier. The hero is optimistic and believes he can succeed. But suddenly, a gigantic boulder strikes him head-on, knocking him down the stairs. Crushed by the giant stone, the young man starts to groan in pain. With a tearful voice, he calls out for Yu Ilchin. Defeated, the young man lies on the ground. Yu Ilchin watches apprehensively as the hero is crushed like an ant. He wonders if the young man is badly hurt. A notification appears, announcing that 10 minutes remain to complete Ilho's activities. In desperation, the boy decides to use divine growth, but it does not work as he imagined. With only 7 seconds left, the young man gets an idea. He remembers receiving the Master of the Blue Sky reward. Thanks to this, he can use 100 coins to buy the unique skill, God's Divine Healing. A prompt appears asking the young man to confirm the purchase. And with only 3 seconds left, Yu Ilshin uses the skill. An aura of green energy descends upon the hero. Immediately, his strength returns and he begins to get up. Yahello is conscious again and looks around him. Overcome with emotion, he looks at Yahello with tear-filled eyes. The young man scolds him, saying he warned him not to enter the dangerous tower. He orders the hero to leave immediately, but the exit is locked. A notice explains that leaving is impossible before completing the 50th floor. Desperate, Auntie asks what they will do now. A notification for recommended items for the Eternal Tower appears, and the protagonist realizes he has no choice. But suddenly, someone starts knocking at the door. Yahello then drinks a small potion and tells Yahello he will be right back. The young man says he is going to get the door. As he opens the door a crack, he sees a man in a suit who asks if he is the hunter Yahello. The man introduces himself as Kim Taemin, recruitment manager for the Brilliant Guild. He says the boy will soon be a hunter and asks to speak with him for a minute. A little apprehensive, the young man agrees. Meanwhile, our hero faces the challenges of the tower. He handles the hardships of the Eternal Tower with great fortitude. The crystal at the top of the stairs glows with a scarlet color. Yahello closes his eyes, concentrating with all his might. Soon, a gigantic boulder begins to roll in his direction, but the hero prepares a powerful punch to block it, and he manages to shatter it with his bare fist as it approaches, a feat that even surprises him. A notification announces that the challenger Yahello has passed the judgment of the rock and will receive the blessing of the rock as a reward for clearing the first floor. Meanwhile, Yahello receives a salary offer of 3 million a year. The man asks him to come to the guild headquarters to sign the contract, but the young man remains silent. Still in shock from the offer, the boy is unable to move. He knows that with this amount of money, he could erase all his worries, eat very well, and buy many gifts for his nephew. The young man is so excited that he fails to hear that all rewards from hunting monsters will be split 7-3. The man asks in a serious voice if Yahello is listening. Snapping back to reality, the boy apologizes, but he suddenly sees a notification identifying a target. It is Kim Taemin, 34 years old with suspicious powers. Kim insists that it will be difficult to find better terms elsewhere, but the protagonist realizes the man is trying to trick him with the offer and becomes very irritated. Despite noticing that his potential adversary is much larger than him, which would be an inconvenient challenge. Kim asks if there is a problem, and the young man replies that he has been busy lately, so maybe it is best to pass for now. In a sinister voice, the man asks if the young man did not like his terms. And trying to convince him, he says that what the young man will receive from the manuscript is not even 1/100th of the agreed contract. Yahello explains that he is not doing his job for money, and Kim apologizes immediately. As he stands up, the big man says his leader ordered them to bring you in one way or another, so he asks him to come along. The boy tries to escape by saying he needs to use the restroom. Adjusting his glasses, Kim does not seem very convinced by this excuse. But he allows it, and the young man runs to the bathroom thinking about what he should do. And he remembers what he saw in Kim's notification. The man is considered a god of destruction. But then the protagonist remembers something. The terrorist who was at the hospital was one too. Looking at his phone, the young man wonders who he should call, maybe the Hunters Association or the police. But suddenly, a beam of light pierces through the bathroom door, and Kim enters through the hole asking who Yahello is trying to call. The young man watches the scene with an expression of pure terror and knows he is screwed. With a grim expression, Kim asks who the young man is trying to call. Trying to explain himself, the protagonist says he just needed to contact his publisher. But before he can react, he is struck by a power coming from Kim. The attack hits him dead on, sending him flying into the wall. The big man then approaches, saying that will not be possible as long as he is there. And if that is the case, he just needs to knock him out so he can take him. As the man squeezes Yahello's neck, the boy begins to run out of air. Kim asks if it hurts and says it would have been better to come with him from the start, and that if he stays calm, everything will be less painful. The young man then slowly begins to lose consciousness, but a notification catches his attention and he realizes he has received a mission to save Sung Miri from death. Meanwhile, Kim is impressed by the young man's resistance. In truth, Yahello knows the difference in their physical strength is enormous. But suddenly, the message Great God appears in the boy's vision, and Yahello begins to shout, saying he will lend him his muscles. Using the power-sharing ability, the young man from the Koyami clan lends his strength, thus sharing the steel body ability. This makes the protagonist much stronger and more durable. With Kim's hand still on his neck, the young man realizes he now has Yahello's abilities. The big man notices a change in the boy he is strangling, and suddenly, the energy is so great it forces Kim's hand away from his neck. The man realizes this ability creates muscle mass, and he sees that the boy really is someone worthy of the guild leader's interest. Kim begins to say he was disappointed because the mission seems so insignificant, but it looks like he was mistaken. He then announces he is done playing around and will take the boy now. He gestures with his hand for the fight to begin. Ilshin wastes no time and goes on the attack. The big man manages to dodge, but realizes his opponent has a heavy punch. But he is only attacking with no thought for defense. This makes it clear that the boy is a beginner, which ends up disappointing Kim. However, the boy suddenly grabs the big man's head with both hands. He crushes it, inflicting an injury that knocks out several of the man's teeth. In immense pain, Kim doubles over, but Ilshin is not ready to stop and prepares another blow. He unleashes an attack directly on the big man. The blow is so powerful it smashes a hole in the floor. Still under the effect of the ability, the protagonist observes the scene. But then he remembers he needs to call Miri. Desperate, the boy tries everything. But a notification appears stating that the believer management system is running, and that the cost for this will be many coins, but the protagonist is willing to pay. As soon as he makes the payment, the system begins to pinpoint Sang-mi's location. A pale face is visible with long dark hair. The sword is stained, evidence of a battle. Someone holds it and a trail of red liquid is visible on its tip. It is the sword demon who tells his victim not to worry, as she will not feel any pain. The notification with the character's identification appears, and Sung Miri can be seen on the ground calling her attacker teacher. The demon readies his blade. An agonizing sound follows. Then a paper with a description of an achievement appears. The protagonist thinks that Miri was beaten by some unknown guy, and a notification appears predicting a catastrophic future for Sung Miri. This vision has not happened yet, but the time until it occurs is short. Then a question appears, asking if he would like to change the girl's fate with the powers of the gods. And as he analyzes the data on Miri's tormentor, Ilshin realizes the demon is obsessed with swords. Turning to his computer, he remembers something. From his drawer, he takes a small dagger and he prepares to change Miri's fate, spending 1,000 coins to do so. Thus, the effects of the skills Benevolent Savior and Second Chance combine to create the great miracle. A brilliant light appears in front of the protagonist. Meanwhile, Miri is in trouble, fallen on the ground as the demon approaches. The girl does not understand the reason for the attack, and her enemy says he has nothing against her. He is simply doing his job. The man's gaze is cold, and he seems to have noticed something. With a quick movement, he rapidly moves away just before being struck. The demon is almost hit by a stealth skill that he fails to notice. With a look full of hatred, the protagonist appears, saying he wants cut. Miri's eyes widen, and she seems to recognize the young man. And Ilshin says in an extremely sinister voice that he wants to cut the demon to pieces. Since the demon began to walk the path of the sword, he has defeated many opponents. Raising his blade, the man asks if Ilshin is on the side of the storm. And he thinks that he has already defeated even the strongest of opponents with the power of his sword. But he wonders who this guy in front of him is. His eyes are red, but he is only holding a butter knife. As he readies his sheathed sword, the demon keeps his eyes fixed on him. But he believes his opponent is a fool if he thinks a butter knife can stop him. If that is the case, he will not even need to try. The strike passes close to Ilshin's neck, leaving a purple trail. The demon believes it will be a victory for the boy if he manages to dodge. But the protagonist shows a faint smile and firmly grips his small knife, and so he manages to block the sword demon's attack with just his tiny weapon. The situation grows tense and the man finds it absurd. He finally realizes he may have underestimated his opponent. However, his attacks can slice through rock like tofu, and this time the boy cannot block. The attack lunges toward the protagonist with full force. He deflects it effortlessly with his small weapon. The strike slams into the wall behind him, and the sword demon watches in disbelief. Growing desperate, he attacks relentlessly, trying to land a single blow. The young man simply repeats that he wants to cut everything, blocking every attack. The demon realizes the young man seems to follow the storm, but finds it strange that a secret hunter is not registered with the government association. If the boy is an unknown, it makes sense he has never heard of him until now. Pulling a vial from his pocket, the demon thinks it might be time to use his secret weapon. As he gulps down the substance, he thinks he can now end the fight quickly with a single blow. After drinking the mysterious liquid, the demon's appearance begins to change. His eyes turn vacant, he grows larger, and he begins to scream. Suddenly, a symbol appears on his face. He quickly takes a battle stance, his sword at the ready. Ilsen's expression doesn't change, and the young man keeps repeating that he wants to cut everything. Without hesitation, the demon charges toward the young man. His vacant eyes emanate a violet energy. With incredible agility, the man unleashes a flurry of blows. But among them, a strike from Ilshin with his small knife passes close to his opponent's neck. However, just as the knife is about to reach him, the demon vanishes in the blink of an eye. A few glowing footprints appear behind the protagonist, and suddenly, his opponent is poised to strike from above. A massive impact rocks the battlefield. The sword demon lands on the ground still in one piece. He is certain the blow landed and considers it a good fight against the unknown opponent. Suddenly, blade shatters in two and the man is shocked. As he laments his shattered sword, someone can be heard laughing. The demon can hardly believe his eyes as his opponent is still standing after that attack. And Ilshin stands there with vacant eyes repeating that he wants to cut everything. This makes his adversary's eyes widen because his neck is twisted completely backward, but it quickly snaps back to normal as if it were nothing. Slightly off balance, the protagonist sways for a moment. Then he moves the hand holding the small knife. The demon doesn't understand what is happening at first, but then a flash of blue energy streaks past him. In that moment, the man knows his life ends here. A shower of beams passes through his body from multiple directions, forming a wheel of relentless strikes. But the sword demon is still alive, not understanding what happened. He looks at his hands and sees he is completely unharmed. With all his opponent's power, killing him would be possible, but he did not. The demon then shouts, asking who his opponent is. Ilshin raises the small knife and begins to answer. He says he is the sword god, something that surprises the demon. The title of sword god is given to one who has reached the highest level of mastery. However, right at that moment, the skill's duration ends and Ilshin's body returns to normal. The small knife that could previously cut through anything now seems to be dormant, but the sword demon seems to have noticed nothing and bows respectfully admitting his defeat. Ilshin is surprised to see his opponent's attitude, and the demon begins to beg to see the sword god's beautiful skills once again. And so the sword demon becomes his second disciple and follower. Miri starts to groan in pain, and the young man remembers he came to save her. The sword demon moves quickly to her side and begins to pour a drink into her mouth. It is a high potion that acts as an extra life, but for a living user, it can restore their vitality. A golden energy emanates from the girl's body. Showing himself to be a fanatical follower, the demon apologizes for interfering. The follower rescue mission is successfully completed and Sung Miri's trust is now at 139. The protagonist begins to wonder how many bizarre situations, bugs, and unknown guilds have appeared in his path. The demon says that Storm will be fine soon, but Ilshin asks who was responsible for hurting her in the first place. Desperate, the man asks the sword god to cut him open and wash all the sins from his body. But then the young man remembers that the demon was with that terrorist guild. So Ilshin asks how strong his new follower is and asks him to deal with the terrorist guild. The follower seems surprised by this order, but he is asked if he does not want to obey the orders of his new master. Looking closely at the sword god, the demon reflects and decides to bow respectfully, saying he will carry it out gladly. In truth, to Ilshin, the demon is just an allied assassin, and he does not care if he dies as long as he tears a hole in the terrorist guild. The orders are clear. The sword demon is to deal with the terrorist guild since the protagonist has met the conditions to activate the unique power he received. And he also has the opportunity to use the thumb of the god of multiplication, spending 100 coins to use this ability. Excited, Ilshin thinks that this ability can multiply his wealth and decides to use it. Sometime later, night has fallen, and we see a window with the light on. Ilshin rushes into the room. Rummaging through his drawers, the young man believes he had an emergency fund somewhere. But from his piggy bank, only a 10-cent coin falls out. It is a small amount, but it is enough to use his new ability. But after he uses it, absolutely nothing happens. This is because the thumb of the multiplication god ability does not work on objects. So if it only works on people, he sees it as a completely useless ability. Seeing the comments about what happened, the young man understands he can no longer be the one getting attacked. He must strike first and win. So the young man asked what people think he should do to get stronger. Some people comment that he should think long-term, while others say the celestial sword should be used for a massacre. Placing a hand on his chin, the protagonist wonders what would be best. And suddenly he gets an idea of what to do. He decides to carry out both ideas at the same time. The young man then enters the God creation field and decides to multiply his ants with the multiplication ability. And now that an army of millions exists, the young man orders them to wipe out the enemies. The multiplied Gayami army begins to march toward the enemy, and the wait time is 24 hours. But as he looks at the screen, the young man notices something strange. One of the ants is healing a smaller one. The healer then senses the presence of His Holiness. She begins to say they must believe in the one God, for with His protection, they will have a new life. This happens because as the number of believers increases, his good karma also grows. Suddenly, the young man's phone starts ringing with a call from the man in charge. The moment he answers, the person on the other end asks where the manuscript is and what is going on. He says he fought hard to keep the president from canceling his contract. He adds that the series has barely started and the young man dares to ask for a break, calling it insane. This makes Ilshin want to use his multiplication ability on himself. So he decides to create a clone since he has nothing to lose. Placing his thumb on his forehead, the young man uses the ability. A scarlet energy then begins to swirl in the air. Smoke rises, and as it begins to clear, the boy can see something. A man appears on the spot, and the thumb of the multiplication god ability goes on cooldown. Excited, Ilshin realizes his idea worked, and that from now on, with a clone, it will be easier to finish the manuscript. But before the young man can finish his sentence, he gets a hard slap across the face. His clone tells him not to give him orders, and then insults him. When he tries to speak again, the clone attacks him once more. And after beating Ilshin senseless, the copy says he feels much better. But the phone is still on the line, and the man asks if the author really thinks he will fall for this prank. Without any remorse, the clone grabs the phone and tells the man to get lost. He then equips his cruel assassin ability. With a wicked smile, he looks at his creator and seems ready to act. Then, a blast of energy shoots toward the phone's screen. Meanwhile, on the ants' battlefield, a massive monster is attacking. The monster is gigantic next to the poor, terrified ants, and it gets closer with every second. The ants realize that no matter how many of them are on the battlefield, they are no match. With glowing red eyes, the executioner tells the tribe to cheer up. But before it can continue speaking, the beast notices a light in the sky. The light soon reaches them, instantly burning monsters. The ants are shocked by what just happened, and the massacre of the monsters raises the cruel assassin to rank C. One of the remaining monsters says, "This must be the evil spirit they heard about." Meanwhile, someone slams their fist hard on a table. The one-armed monster apologizes for its failure and reports that all the troops have been annihilated. The woman with monstrous body parts stands up and asks if they think she will believe that a single evil god did all this. The monster explains that the evil spirit they faced was a demon even in its appearance, but he is quickly disintegrated, leaving no trace of his body behind. The woman asked them to inform His Majesty, but he is in a closing ceremony. She then orders them to summon the generals and the 10 swords, but is warned that doing so will lead to an attack by the demons of other countries. Hyona says that the most important thing now is the Black Tribe and orders them to bring her the evil god's head before His Majesty returns. The winged soldier asks Arachne for permission and says he will offer her the evil god's head with his own hands. Meanwhile, our protagonist's face is still badly bruised. He eventually wakes up and wonders what happened. Then he remembers that his clone beat him up. The young man receives a notification on his phone offering to show him where the Unlimited Abundance clone went. Ilshin notices he also has 121 missed calls from an unknown contact and some messages as well. The messages are from the man in power who says that if the young man keeps this up, things will get ugly. And the clone's achievements start popping up on the screen, but Ilshin knows it is all for nothing because his situation is a mess thanks to this damn game. The clone's achievements start appearing as notifications, but the protagonist believes it is useless for the game to be going well if his own life is in shambles because of it. The deadline to deliver his manuscript is here, and if nothing happens, the contract will be cancelled and the advance will have to be returned. Trying to make up for lost time, the young man starts writing. But a new notification appears, a mission to save his believers. If the young man accepts to save his follower, the sword demon, his talent skill will flourish. Trying to stay focused, Ilshin decides to ignore the notification, but a blue light starts flashing in his room. The notification emanates a very strong flashing light, and now it announces that the viewpoint of the believer, Sword Demon, is being revealed. Then we see the Sword Demon captured and a woman asking if the cat has got his tongue. As she approaches the man, the woman tells him to spill everything at once. This is the Immaculate One, a 26-year-old human woman blessed by the god of destruction who possesses flame abilities. While holding the demon's hair, the Immaculate One says that if he tells her now, she will let him go without pain. The Sword Demon indeed attacks the guild as Ilshin asked and ends up captured. And the protagonist notices there is another person between the two of them, a very large man with a hostile expression. He is Ironhead, a 31-year-old human from the Kwanghui Guild with incredibly powerful muscles. The Sword Demon looks exhausted and wounded. Ilshin approaches his target using the power of omnipresence. As a child, the Sword Demon is sold to the underworld and trained to be an assassin. After awakening his martial abilities, he secretly carries out numerous assassinations. He meets the Immaculate and Ironhead at the guild where they are raised. Naturally, they become rivals. The young man knows he can never have normal dreams like other people. So he simply follows the path of the sword, seeking to become one with his weapon until he finally reaches the peak of his abilities and finds what he has always been looking for. But the thought that it will all end now makes him sad. Ironhead says the punishment for those who betray them is death. And as he warms up, he says that if the Immaculate gets in his way, he will kill her too. As his tormentor holds him by the hair, the Sword Demon asks his god for forgiveness. Ilshin watches all of this, thinking what a huge problem this is. Deep down, the young man knows he must save people first and uses his body-sharing ability with his follower, Ilho. Ironhead prepares his attack to finish off the Sword Demon, but just as he is about to strike, the young man vanishes from his sight. Ilshin appears at the perfect moment and saves his follower's life. The protagonist says he has no time for introductions right now. He then decides to use Miri's lightning ability combined with Ilho's muscular body. Using everything at once greatly increases his chances of victory. However, a notification warns of a skill overload, making it impossible to share the power of two followers who are stronger than his current self. Due to this overload, the young man begins to feel the consequences in his body. Ironhead just watches it all with a sinister look, and he lunges at the young man, preparing a kick. It lands a direct hit on the boy, but Ironhead's expression changes instantly. His leg starts to hurt immensely, as if the young man's head was made of iron. The young man overcomes the skill overload with his rigid body ability. But even though he defended against the kick, the young man is still in shock. He almost died. The Immaculate approaches and tries to wake her ally, but without success. With eyes full of hatred, she turns to Ilshin and asks how he dares. She then begins to control her breathing and unleashes a gigantic blast of flames at the protagonist. Shocked, Ilshin wonders if this is how he will die. But he withstands the flames thanks to Ilho's rigid body ability. He feels the heat of the flames like a warm bath. The Immaculate is tired after her powerful attack. She believes she has dealt with her adversary but is suddenly surprised. The rigid body skill absorbed all the damage. In that moment, the boy realizes that taking care of Ilho was well worth it, but the woman does not give up and unleashes another breath of fire. However, with his immense heat resistance, the boy takes no damage. He manages to get close to the Immaculate and strike her. The very next moment, the sharing time ends. The rescue mission is completed and the boy's talent blossoms. This makes him think he will now be good at writing. But just as it began, the excitement quickly fades. Ilshin feels nothing blossoming or changing. However, the Sword Demon is grateful and happy with his master after being saved. The admiration is so intense that the protagonist becomes a little flustered and asks him to stop. But the boy knows he needs to get home as quickly as possible to write. Suddenly, strange noise is heard nearby. A sinister voice says the young man is truly incredible. Someone approaches clapping and says, "It is a pleasure." The Sword Demon tells his master to be careful. A naked man approaches saying he has finally met the one behind this whole mess. He is the apostle of the god of destruction, a 29-year-old human responsible for the sacrifices offered to the god of destruction. Seeing the person in front of him, the protagonist cannot help but think he is a pervert. But the apostle seems completely unembarrassed and says, "It is an honor to meet you, Ilshin." Reading the description of the man who appeared, the protagonist is surprised. He decides he must be careful when dealing with this person. Then he notices that the man is crying. Opening his arms, the apostle approaches, saying he has finally found someone like him. But someone extends an arm, stopping the long-haired man from getting any closer. It is the sword demon who tells the man not to come any closer. The apostle's expression changes, becoming more serious. With a quick backhand, he says the demon is just an insect. The blow is so strong, it sends the young man flying in an instant. He slams into a wall far from where the three of them were standing. Ilshin never imagined someone could defeat the sword demon so easily. The man then asks whose apostle the protagonist is. But Ilshin just begins to whisper inaudible words. He quickly lunges toward the long-haired man, preparing a punch. He uses his skill-sharing power, borrowing the lightning powers of the storm. The apostle is surprised by this move and his eyes widen. Meanwhile, far away, the insectoid is moving away from the meeting room. As he begins to fly, he thinks that he will deal with the followers of this evil god, because if the number of his followers decreases, his power will also diminish. In a peaceful place, the sun shines in the sky. An older man tells the children not to go too deep into the forest, but he suddenly spots something strange in the sky, and he is shocked to realize what has just arrived. With a sinister look, the winged man arrives at his destination, the village of the Black Tribe, and he knows he has only one mission there. Using a poison skill, the man intends to wipe out the tribe. He believes that this will weaken the evil god's power. Far away, the protagonist manages to land a punch on the apostle's face. The man is sent flying from the impact with no chance to defend himself. He crashes hard onto the ground, causing a loud thud. Ilshin can hardly believe he won with just one blow, but he soon realizes his opponent is still moving. And like a true zombie, the man begins to stand up. He screams horribly, but Ilshin unleashes another lightning attack. It sends the long-haired man crashing to the ground again, but the man quickly gets up again. And the protagonist realizes the storm abilities will not work. And Ilshin begins to wonder if the long-haired man is immortal. His face is covered in burn marks, and the apostle says he will regenerate after any attack. Now the hero is in a tight spot since his rigid body skill has ended and the lightning skills will not work. But even if they do work, the apostle regenerates quickly. The thought of dying at the hands of a pervert leaves Ilshin disheartened. The apostle asks if this is all he has, adding that he was hoping for something more fun. Desperate, the young man needs to think of something. Then an idea comes to his mind. Using his thumb of the multiplication god skill, Ilshin makes his move and a clone appears the moment he uses the skill. He assumes the clone will not attack him since there is an enemy nearby. This skill surprises the apostle, who says he finds it truly incredible. Because the man was kind, the clone immediately glares at the protagonist. Since the clone complained last time that his creator was too bossy, Ilshin decides to stay quiet. However, the clone seems more worried about the Black Tribe being in danger and their powers diminishing. Seeing the two boys talking amongst themselves, the apostle starts to get irritated. Feeling ignored, the man cannot contain his anger and launches an attack. The clone manages to dodge and the blow heads straight for Ilshin. He is hit and falls to the ground. The boy thinks his strength will be useless if he is dead. With a serious expression, the clone calls out to Ilshin and orders him to burn the naked bastard. Soon, his phone screen is hit by a blast of power and the protagonist realizes the clone will disappear on its own. While preparing another attack, the apostle gets Ilshin's attention, who is still wondering how he will follow his clone's order. And then he starts to remember some techniques. Raising his middle finger, he gets an idea, and he remembers that he also has a skill of his own. The apostle is still charging his next attack. With his finger pointed at his adversary, the protagonist begins to invoke his skill, the judgment god's intervention, a strike of his own. This surprises the long-haired man, whose eyes go wide in that exact moment. With his eyes burning with determination, Ilshin charges forward and a bright burning flame appears. But in reality, it is not a very large flame. In fact, it looks more like a lighter. With a pitying expression, the apostle asks if this is his final joke, and he begins to approach the protagonist, still charging his power. The boy raises his finger, trying to make the flame bigger. He then starts to try using his index finger. He manages to touch his index finger with his thumb, and uses the skill of the god of multiplication. He then launches the flame toward his opponent. The apostle watches this with a surprised expression because several small flames begin to approach his body. But they cause no damage, and the man tells him to stop playing games. Ilshin is convinced this is his end and that he will be killed because of a clone, and on top of that, by a naked pervert. But before he can say goodbye to his life, Ilshin notices the apostle seems to be in pain. Where the flames touched his body, wounds begin to appear. This happens because the more evil the target, the more they are consumed by the Gehenna flames. Now the apostle does not look so imposing and has to clutch his wound, but he still unleashes a blast of power toward his adversary. A purple aura begins to envelop the boy's body, and the boy starts to writhe as he feels the blow. The two adversaries face each other and the battle truly begins. Meanwhile, far away, the black tribe begins to die from poison. With this, the evil god's power begins to decrease drastically. The winged warrior says the one to blame for all this is the evil god the people follow. But suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention. The young man looks back to see what is happening, and someone seems to be approaching at high speed. The warrior identifies him as the evil god of the Gyami people. He then taunts him, saying to bring it on since his power will soon run out. But Ilshin's clone attacks with full force, holding nothing back. The strike rapidly closes in on the insectoid, and the young man is sent flying, quickly defeated. Only ashes and smoke remain of his body. The clone looks around and sees many dead followers. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dealing with a terrible pain as if all his bones were broken. A notification appears warning that the number of followers is dropping sharply, and if this continues, his power will also fall. Ilshin gets nervous seeing these notifications in the middle of the fight. He then wonders if he could use the ring finger of the god of healing on himself, and that would be incredible, meaning he is also immortal. Touching the finger to his own forehead, the young man tries to use the ability. The apostle watches this with a curious expression. The notification warns that 10 million coins will be consumed if he uses the ability on himself. But either way, the young man is happy to still be alive, and for saving the Gyamis, he also received many coins. In disbelief, the apostle asks how that was possible, and upon seeing his adversary standing again, he casts another spell. The spell is about to reach the unsuspecting young man. However, at the last moment, the protagonist manages to use the power-sharing ability. He then raises his middle finger to unleash the flames once again, and uses the ability of the judging god's middle finger. However, the apostle manages to dodge at the exact moment. He then lands safely to the side. He laughs, saying the young man is truly a great apostle who should not be underestimated. He adds that right now, 999 people are being sacrificed as an offering. Ilshin's expression changes upon hearing that information, and he says it will continue like this until only one apostle remains. Then it all starts to make sense to Ilshin. He believes that is why they captured the sword demon and lured him there. The apostle raises his hand as he begins to laugh, saying this will be the final offering and that God is coming. Above them, a beam of red light begins to break through the ceiling until it finally destroys the building. This reveals a gigantic eye above the two of them. Ilshin is speechless and his body trembles while the apostle looks happy. The protagonist knows he must stop that creature, so he raises his god-crushing index finger. But a notification warns that this power does not work against the god of destruction. At this very moment, the apostle starts to bend over and feel pain. His body begins to change, and the man says this is not what was promised. But the eye still launches an attack at the man, knocking him to the ground, and it is also rapidly approaching Ilshin. The young man then closes his eyes, concentrating. He begins to have a vision, one where he is certain that everything is over. But he also wonders if this is all an illusion. There is a god admired by all for his great strength and benevolence. And there is also the god of destruction, the traitor of the abyss, the one who loses his goddess and will lose his world until finally he loses his own life. This one is known as the god of peace. And now nothing remains but the void. But suddenly, the protagonist opens his eyes and becomes the incarnation of vengeance. The hero finds himself before an absurdly gigantic sword. He stares at it, asking it to come with him for his revenge. The sword glows, its blade so large it can barely be seen in its entirety. But the protagonist is determined and fearless. The gigantic eye invades the area, emanating a malevolent energy. Little by little, that sinister creature begins to draw even closer. The sword demon knows he must protect his god, but he cannot move, frozen by fear. Ilshin turns to his follower and calls out to him. He tells him to stay calm and watch because he will kill the god that pervert worship. But suddenly, an agonized voice interrupts them, calling for the great god. Several snakes are wrapping around his body, and the man says this is not right because it was not what they agreed on. The apostle begins to scream, begging for mercy. Ilshin and the sword demon watch the sinister scene. This god the apostle adored so much is nothing more than a self-serving demon. The eye continues to approach without stopping. In a provocative voice, the protagonist asks what it is staring at. The sword demon thinks that this is the eye that turned the pervert to dust with just a glance. But still, Ilshin seems afraid of nothing. Suddenly, the hero takes a sword of light in his hand. His followers' eyes shine as if he has seen the most wonderful thing. The apostle is almost completely dry after being drained by the eye. And the demon continues to get closer and closer. Ilshin holds the sword firmly with both hands, and he calls upon the authority granted to him by the celestial sword that can cut through anything. He will unleash the full power of the sword so that its ultimate purpose is fulfilled and they become one. A demonic face can be seen emanating in the form of energy. The gigantic eye begins to feel the impact of this immense power. Ilshin leaps, gripping the enormous sword and charging at the demon. The only thing on his mind at this moment is destruction. The giant eye's tentacles try to reach him, but with infinite force in his voice, the hero screams, banishing the gigantic demon from his world. The impact is colossal, unleashing an immense roar. We then see the abandoned city of Wuen, the 12th district. A few soldiers are on a search mission, searching everywhere. Two men talk about the monster, an SSS class that can destroy an entire country. Another man in a trench coat and sunglasses asks what happened there. It is Heo Kongcheol, the head of the Hunter Association, and he says that perhaps the time has come to execute the project. The soldiers call out to their chief, telling him they found a survivor. The man approaches an extremely emaciated body. He then asks the survivor what happened there, but he notices the man is laughing in a very strange way despite his deplorable condition. He realizes an ambulance should take him immediately. But inside the man's body, there is a strange energy. He remembers that as the demon was consuming him, Ilshin screamed for him to be executed. In that moment, after the immense impact, the eye explodes, and Ilshin survives gripping the enormous sword. This convinces the apostle that the young man is truly a god among gods. Other warriors gathered before a dragon's corpse, saying it is the work of Sung Mina. The woman killed it easily using only the power of her mind. One of the warriors asks if she is really an S-class since these monsters are known for their great power and resilience. The young woman tells him to cut the chatter and give her the reward. The man then tosses her a blue stone and says a pretty face should not be angry. One of these stones costs 100 million and he asks why she needs so much. Filled with rage, Sung Mina says they told her it was a dragon, but it was just this wretch, a complete waste of time. The warrior thinks the young woman has a terrible temper. 2 days later, two people are talking and a child asks where to put the pain relief patch. The young man looks relieved as soon as the patch touches his back. It is Ilshin's niece who is taking care of him. The reason for all this is the recoil from the great sword's power. With that power, the young man stopped the monstrous eye from leaping. But after the mission, he had to bring his faithful follower with him. The man was always acting strangely, so much so that Ilshin's niece was unnerved by his presence. He even performed a few tasks like fixing the bathroom door. After all, the man could not bear to see the sword god's house in disrepair. Ilshin is now convinced the man is a true fanatic. So Ilshin asks how his follower had time to fix everything and then just sit in the corner. The demon says he did not have to do much about the brilliant guild because the special hunter team led by Sung Mina already took care of everything. Ilshin seems to recognize that name like a famous model from TV. Sung Mina and Sung Miri have similar names, so they are probably related, but they are very different. The protagonist gets up and decides to look for his niece's mother. Maybe if he goes to the hospital, he can heal her with his power. Suddenly, he realizes his good karma has gone up a lot. This is because he stopped the god of destruction's clone from descending to Earth. But if the eye was just a clone, he wonders how big the dragon Narek must be. Another notification appears telling him that by performing a divine feat, he is qualified to challenge the promotion quest. He must choose between the quest to become a good god or an evil one, and he thinks that doing both at the same time is a huge challenge. The conditions are to gather 10 billion followers or kill them, or do the same to S-class followers. Then he realizes he can accept both quests. He understands that, if he uses his followers the right way, he can break this thing. So he decides to make his followers fight, while his niece just watches him, afraid. Sometime later, the two arrive at the hospital, room 505. Ilshin wonders if he is in the right place. He knocks on the door because he hears a strange sound from inside. He finds her hoarse voice strange. Then, as he enters, he realizes the young woman is doing push-ups. Seeing him, Miri breaks into a genuine smile. Ilshin asks why she is exercising if she is injured. Miri explains that staying still for too long makes her body ache. She says she is feeling great and that not a single scar remains. Excited, the girl begins to unwrap her bandages to show her teacher. But in that instance, someone appears in the room asking if she has lost her mind. The person raises an arm preparing an attack and strikes the bandaged girl on the back with full force. Ilshin wonders where this woman came from. The woman scolds Miri for removing her bandages in front of a man. In a voice laced with anger, she asks who he is. She advances on the protagonist, demanding to know his relationship with her little sister. She swears she will kill anyone who tries to mess with her sister, but Miri interrupts, yelling at her sister not to be rude to her teacher. Lowering her glasses, the woman asks if he is a teacher at the Hunter Academy. Ilshin is about to speak, but he notices an apprehensive look on Miri's face. The girl gives him a signal to say nothing else. So the protagonist decides to say he is a physical education teacher. The woman then asks for Ilshin's rank, commenting that it does not seem very high. Miri is angered by her sister's harsh treatment and says her teacher is incredible, even if he is unknown to the world and has a terrible appearance. The girl says he is much stronger than her sister, so she should be careful. Hearing this, the woman decides to take off her cap, revealing her true identity, something that leaves Ilshin shocked. She is Sungmina, Miri's sister, a famous S-class hunter. Angered, the woman asks her younger sister if she lost her mind after being demoted to a class. Then, using her manipulation ability, she orders her to repeat what she said and to say who is the strongest one in the room. Miri begins to feel the ability trying to manipulate her and apologizes to her sister. With no intention of forgiving her, Mina orders her to kneel. And as ordered, the girl falls to her knees. Mina continues, telling her sister to do only as she is told. After a moment, Ilshin's and Mina's eyes meet. The young man approaches and asks the woman to calm down since she has already subjugated her sister. Angered, Mina screams at the boy to get out of the room. The protagonist puts his fingers in his ears and says, the woman's voice is much louder than it seems. This time, Mina uses her manipulation ability and again orders the young man to leave, but the ability seems to have no effect on him. Ilshin does not seem to realize what happened and asks the two of them to talk things out. Miri, on the other hand, is amazed to see that her teacher managed to resist her sister's mental manipulation. The woman then asks the protagonist for his rank. But before the young man can answer, Mina changes her mind. And with a respectful bow, she asks the young man to take care of her little sister. Putting her cap back on, the woman tells her sister not to skip meals and to take care of herself. Sungmina is 24 years old, a follower of the god of destruction, and is under the curse of Narek. Ilshin is conflicted about this because the woman has a bad temper but is Miri's older sister and seems to take good care of her. So the protagonist decides to ask if Mina feels any pain or if she feels like she has been cursed. He decides to be direct and tells her he is talking about the curse of Narek. As soon as she hears this, Mina lowers her head, and with a sinister gaze, she asks how the young man knows about it. Ilshin explains that he has an ability related to feelings, but is intimidated by the woman's reaction. But the woman's expression quickly changes, and she says it is all right. She turns her back, saying they will meet again soon. The protagonist feels that the pressure from an S-class hunter is no joke. A fight against someone like that would be absurdly difficult. Miri approaches and asks what her teacher is thinking. Ilshin then asks if Miri can accompany him upstairs for a moment. The girl gives a friendly smile and agrees. Our protagonist now stands face to face with a lightning tiger. Even using all his strength, there is still no change. The boy tries to use the smashing god's index finger several times, but it does not work. He believed it would be simple since he is used to these incidents, but he failed. And despite noticing that she is recovering, he does not understand why this is so difficult. The boy asks if Miri can wait a little bit, then he realizes a notification has appeared. The notice says that some of Miri's abilities are sealed. So the young man decides to focus on the seal with all his concentration. The fact that the boy is staring at her intently makes her blush, but Ilshin is completely focused as if trying to thread a needle. Then suddenly, a seal breaks out of nowhere. Confused, the boy speaks out loud asking why the seal broke, and he asks Miri if she knows where her sister is. With a mischievous smile, the young man gets an idea, and he knows he needs to have a serious talk with Miri's family. After much thought, the hero arrives at this decision. We see a building that appears to be a maximum security facility. A few guards patrol the area. The apostle kneels in his cell, thinking about the voice of God he heard when he lost the will to live. The only reason he endured everything was salvation. But it was all a lie, and the man clung to this God with all his might. Scenes from the previous battle returned to his memory. The way he felt vulnerable and used. Now the apostle knows that it was a demon unlike what he expected. His empty eyes show his lack of faith. But then the man remembers a face. The true God, the God of gods. And then he watches the light coming through the small window of his cell. He asks the God for forgiveness, knowing it was thanks to him that the world was saved. Then the man asks for permission to believe in the great and holy God, and his heart is flooded with faith, now believing in you, Ilshin. The man can see the name of his new deity. His eyes fill with emotion, and the young man gives thanks for being accepted. Then suddenly, someone appears in his cell. The masked person asks if the apostle just said you, Ilshin. The figure approaches as the confused man asks how the intruder got in. He also asks if the association's higher-ups have decided to abandon him, even though they always coveted his abilities. Then the man asks if the decision was due to public opinion. He says that even though he is no longer an evil apostle, he is still capable of killing. The masked figure says that is hilarious and asks if the young man is not from the underworld. But he cuts the conversation short and says it does not matter because he will never forgive him for hurting his sister Miri. By simply pointing his finger at the man, his heart begins to suffer. A terrible pain forces him to his knees before the masked figure. He screams in agony, but no one can hear him. Meanwhile, our protagonist relaxes at home thinking that, in the end, he never managed to talk to Mina. But he knows it is always difficult to meet a celebrity. The sword demon has finally left the house, leaving a farewell letter. Suddenly, the boy's phone receives a notification. It announces that the apostle, real name John, has become his follower and is an S-class person. Even though the sword demon has left the house, the number of believers has increased. Then another message appears on his phone announcing that the follower John has just died. But despite this, Ilshin absorbs the sacrifice from the follower's death. The phone glitches out with multiple warnings explaining that absorbing an apostle's sacrifice can be accompanied by excruciating pain. The light from the device becomes so bright the boy has to shield himself, and then his body is struck by an immense pain, so strong it makes him scream. In this way, the power of the follower John is absorbed. This way, even if the believer dies, the god can still absorb their abilities. However, Ilshin is intrigued and wants to know how his follower died. After a quick search, he finds a news report about the death of a major black market mastermind. Despite the death, the mission count to become a good god has thankfully not decreased. With his body exhausted, Ilshin is still curious as to why John suddenly became his fanatic. And on top of it all, he died of a heart attack. But the protagonist thinks he should not care so much. After all, the man was just a perverted villain. It is best not to complicate things since it is over anyway. Now that the boy has received new powers, he can become a great hunter and gain fame and wealth. Then the young man recalls that he was a writer even if he was not one of the best. So he still needs to write when he has more inspiration. After a while, the boy is tired. He managed to post 10 chapters at once and should get some kind of response. He wrote about all of his true experiences, so he expects a good response. But suddenly, he notices something that catches his attention. The comments on his work are nothing but criticism. This makes him think that maybe it is better to find something else to do. Suddenly, someone knocks on his door, and the boy finds it strange because he was not expecting anyone. Ilshin thinks that if the sword demon has already returned, he will be very irritated. But as soon as he opens the door with fire in his eyes, he realizes who is there. It is Miri, looking quite apprehensive. The girl is out of breath and looks worried, falling to her knees on the floor. She clasps her hands together, asking her teacher for a huge favor. Seeing the girl's pleading expression, Ilshin knows he could never refuse. He thinks that no human could possibly refuse. Without a second thought, the protagonist says he will help. The girl's faith automatically increases by 10 points. She also becomes very happy and excited at the same time. The next day, we see the Hunter Academy. Ilshin accompanies Miri and asks if the favor is just for him to be her guardian for the day instead of her sister. The director called for a guardian because the girl has too many absences, but she really prefers it to be Ilshin. The young man knows her faith would not increase by 10 points for something so trivial. Miri compliments him, saying he looks good in a suit and should wear one more often. She even says she will buy him some high-quality training sweatsuits. Ilshin becomes suspicious of all the flattery. He thinks Miri might be as fanatical as the sword demon in the ant. The protagonist hurries them along so they will not be late. When they arrive in the room, a man asks what his relationship to Miri is. The girl awkwardly replies that he is her uncle. The man studies them and says they do not look alike at all, but the girl insists, saying she does look like her uncle. Ilshin thinks the lie is a little too obvious. Analyzing the man's profile, the MC sees that Lee Gun-wook is a muscular 33-year-old man. From that perspective, the man seems like an ordinary person focused on bodybuilding. Lee then apologizes, saying he just thought Sung-mina would be the one coming. He asks if Ilshin is also a hunter, but the young man denies it, saying he is just an ordinary person. Excited, the girl turns and starts to talk about her uncle. Sometime later, we see the entrance to an office. A horn from some large creature hangs on the wall. A gray-haired man walks through the room. He realizes that years have passed since a massive portal suddenly appeared right above the school. From it, a demonic ogre emerged capable of destroying the entire country. A desperate soldier asks if the hunters can do anything, but this monster is also a great challenge for the hunters. Suddenly, of the soldiers points to something and tells the commander to look. A brave man begins to face the monster alone. The warrior concentrates all his energy into his fist. The creature stares him down as it draws closer. The impact of the warrior's punch creates a brilliant flash of light, and then the ogre falls to the ground. The victorious hunter remains standing. A soldier approaches, observing the brave warrior. An unknown man defeated a high S-class monster alone. This man, now years older, lives a quiet life, and people have started calling him Choi Kong-san, the cleaner. And now more mature, the man wants to focus on the academy to nurture new talent. However, the academy's greatest talent, Sung-mi Ri, is also its biggest problem. The girl grew up too fast and ended up spoiled. Choi thinks he should say something about this at today's meeting, and maybe then he can get some peace. Meanwhile, Ilshin is still talking to Lee, who asks if he is a writer. He says that reading is his hobby, so he wants to know what kind of book the young man writes. When he learns that Ilshin writes about muscular ants, the young man becomes excited. Finally, the three of them arrive at the director's office. Lee knocks on the door, announcing that Sung-miri and her guardian have arrived. The protagonist adjusts his tie, trying to hide his anxiety. With a respectful bow, the young man introduces himself as Sung-miri's guardian and uncle, and he immediately asks what Miri did wrong. But when their eyes meet, they realize they already know each other. Ilshin remembers that the director was drinking in the middle of the street when they last met, and he remembers that he is known as the S-class hunter Choi Kong-san, the cleaner. But for the director, Ilshin is the same man who was present during a complicated situation before, but he thinks it must be just his imagination, since a guy like that would not show up here. Since Ilshin already knows him, he feels he can lighten the mood by being more informal. Lee notices the director is very uncomfortable with the situation and wonders if he should intervene. And he remembers the young man said he was just an ordinary person, so theoretically one punch should have killed him. Miri decides to step between the two of them, asking what the director is doing. The director then says, "You never know when the monster might appear." Lee thinks he has no idea what the man is talking about, and it is the first time he has seen him so afraid. Ilshin approaches, trying to keep the mood light by saying he even lent him money once. Then suddenly, the man spins around, and he shouts that the young man does not need to pay back the money. The building's window shatters, and the director jumps through it. He falls straight to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. The man immediately bolts without any explanation. Ilshin is left completely confused and asks what that was all about. Lee, Ilshin, and Miri stare at the scene, completely baffled. The director runs off like a bat out of hell. Lee decides to apologize on the director's behalf, asking if they were startled. The muscular man explains that the director met someone recently and has not been right in the head ever since. He adds that it is probably nothing and that he will be back soon. As expected, the director is back after a while. The four of them eat some cookies and drink tea. Miri seems to like the cookie and she asks her uncle to try one too. Ilshin thanks him but declines, asking his fake niece to eat more. But as he talks with Miri, he notices the director observing him with a strange look and he receives a notification that a devotee offered Choi Kong-san's favorite snack to her god as a sacrifice. As he eats the cookie, he realizes this is also a sacrifice. Regardless, he finds Choi Kong-san's stare strange. So the young man decides to stand up and ask if the director has something to say, suggesting they can talk outside if necessary. The man becomes a little agitated and says he has nothing to say, insisting they can all talk together. Seeing this, the protagonist believes the man's condition seems quite serious and that maybe this is not the best time for the meeting. Realizing this, Lee decides to start the meeting by talking about Miri's absences. Since she is a very good student, it is just a warning for her to be more careful and to ensure her absences do not become a problem. Lee thanks Ilshin for coming and the director seems exhausted. Since the matters are settled, the young man says they will be leaving, but the director shouts for them not to go. The three look at the man in shock as he says he cannot let Ilshin leave like that. He asks if the young man has any idea how much he has searched for him since that day. And with an emotional voice, he says, "This can only be fate." He says with a confident tone that his Hunter Academy has the best equipment, so they should run some tests. And he asks if Ilshin is going to refuse this offer. The protagonist is even startled by the man's strange behavior. The man then says he is willing to beg, but he really wants to run some tests on the young man. Ilshin says that if the man overlooks Miri's absences and does not force her into unwanted training, he can accept. Lee seems a little apprehensive, but the director accepts instantly. And just like that, a new agreement is made between the two of them. Sometime later, the director is with a young woman who says it is not right to test a normal person as if they were a hunter. She adds that previous tests show he was G-class, leaving her intrigued by the importance of the occasion. But Choi has his reasons for doing all this. Ilshin stands before a crystal selector orb belonging to the academy used to measure human capability. Our protagonist begins to be flooded with the feeling that something is wrong. A voice asks the young man to place his hand on the orb, so Ilshin does, slowly placing his palm on the object. A powerful energy courses through his body, making his hair fly. The sphere begins to vibrate without stopping. The young woman announces that the measurement is finished and that he can step away. Then the woman notices something incredible. Ilshin is excited, thinking that his abilities will finally be recognized. He is anxious to know what his rank will be, but it does not change and remains G. Disappointed, the young man thinks it was all for nothing, and the young woman adds that this is the worst result they have ever had. The director asks if there is any chance the measurement is wrong, but the chance of error is only 0.1%. Miri finds it strange how the director calls the young woman and asks if they are friends. The woman is Choi Umbai, head of the academy's medical team and Choi Kong-sun's daughter. She scolds her father and asks him to call her Chief Choi at work. Ilshin wonders if the machine cannot measure his abilities because he is a god. The insistent director asks them to try measuring again, unable to accept the results. But if that were true, the boy should have passed out on the rooftop the day they met. However, as he thinks about it, another idea comes to Choi's mind. The idea that perhaps the boy is the type whose abilities only appear under pressure. That being the case, the man has no choice but to put him under pressure. Ilshin, distracted, asks if Miri wants to go get something to eat, and the girl accepts. But suddenly, the director appears behind him in a fighting stance. The protagonist is shocked by this, and Choi asks him to fight. He says with disdain that the machine knows nothing. Ilshin says there is no benefit to this, but then he remembers that both the sword demon and John became his followers after fighting him. If the boy can defeat the director, he can secure another S-class believer for his mission. Knowing this, the boy gets excited and accepts the challenge. This leaves the other three suspicious of his attitude. But Choi gets very excited and asks them to go to the training room. However, before they can move, Lee asks if he can fight in his place. He says it would be inappropriate for the director, a legend in Korea, to have to fight personally. Sometime later, everyone has gathered at the ring. Ilshin touches the cage of the arena, curious. He notices that the cage seems very sturdy and wonders if it can absorb the energy from abilities. Lee asks if the boy will go without protective gear, but he himself is not wearing any either. But with a determined look, Lee says he is very different from ordinary people. Smiling warmly, Ilshin says that in that case will not wear any either. Lee's expression turns sinister, and he says the boy will regret it. The director advises Ilshin not to let his guard down. He explains that Gyunwook is the best in B class and has a lot of practical experience. Miri, excited, wishes her uncle good luck. This makes the protagonist a little embarrassed. Other people start to arrive, excited to see Lee preparing for a fight. Ilshin is impressed and asks where so many people came from, but Lee asks to get this over with quickly before it becomes a problem. The boy then says his opponent can attack first. From this, Lee realizes that Ilshin's attitude seems to show he does not care much about the difference in class. He does not know what the director saw in this guy, but he will show him what it is like to live as a hunter. The two are ready and in their fighting stances, so Lee decides to start with his strikes. The punch comes in heavy and powerful, but Ilshin manages to dodge. This impresses Lee, who is shocked despite using little force in his strike. He thinks it must have been beginner's luck, but that ends now. Lee's eyes are fixed, completely focused on his movements. The young man prepares a straight punch from below. Ilshin watches carefully as his opponent approaches, but he takes the full force of the blow this time. The people watching get very excited to see this. Gyunwook is still standing firm in a defensive stance, but his look changes completely as he realizes what happened. With just a single finger raised, Ilshin is on his feet, appearing largely unharmed. So he decides to use his skill, God-crushing blade, and he points his middle finger toward his opponent. He hits him square in the middle of the forehead. The impact is strong, and Lee barely has time to think about what happened. He flies backward, thinking it is impossible for a G rank to defeat a B rank like this. The man lands on his back, wounded by the last attack. Ilshin thinks that by defeating a B rank, he might be considered an A rank. Lee is down, and it does not look like he will get up anytime soon. Yanbai, watching everything, keeps her arms crossed, but she adjusts her glasses as she sees the fight's outcome, realizing Ilshin is no ordinary person. Everyone around wonders how this happened, while Lee is carried out of the ring on a stretcher. The protagonist watches the scene, wondering if Lee is alright, but right after, the director climbs into the ring, saying the young man should fight him too. He throws his shirt to the ground, preparing for combat. His physique is still impeccable even after all these years. Choi Kong-san is 58 years old, and his muscles hold immense potential. Looking at the director again, Illinois Shin notices he has a new notification. And while he is not a fan of fighting huge men, making the director a believer would be very useful. The young man's manic gaze makes Choi feel a chill, but he thinks the boy defeated Gyunwook so easily that the evaluation machine must be broken. Either way, his power is still far below what the man saw the other day. So the man thinks the youth might actually need to pass out to unleash his powers. But before the fight begins, the protagonist proposes a bet. Extending his hand, he says the loser will owe the winner a favor. Choi says he can accept as long as it is nothing illegal. Ilshin explains it is nothing strange, but he will only say what it is if he wins. Choi is impressed that the boy is truly convinced he will win. The protagonist thinks that if the man does not become a believer upon losing, he will make him say a few keywords just like he did with Miri. However, the director also has something to say, and he says he has also thought of a favor in case he wins the battle. This is perfect for Ilshin, and he is absolutely certain he will win. With a smile, the man says that is just fine then. He begins to gather his strength, a blue aura coursing through his body. This surprises the young man, who is thrown backward by the wind. He realizes the old director is not playing around. In response, he decides to also use his rigid body skill to match him. Choi's eyes widen when he sees how his opponent's physique changes. Everyone watching is also shocked except for Miri. Choi says that Miracle was right after all. He is the one. Miracle said that sooner or later, the noblest and most savage beings would appear. And if such a being appeared, Miracle said he should keep him at the academy. Ilshin is surprised to hear that was the advice, but he remembers he still needs to write a book and get promoted, meaning he is quite busy. But while he is still thinking about it, he realizes a blow is approaching. Choi's fist is already very close to his face. It hits him with full force, causing a loud crash in the ring. Miri and Yunbai are stunned. The director moves with extreme speed, but he realizes his opponent is truly no ordinary person. Since he blocked the blow, he decides to see if Ilshin is truly the one from the prophecy. Surprised by the director's speed, Ilshin prepares to attack, but Choi's reflexes are also ready. He manages to land a punch right on the protagonist's chin. The impact is powerful and the young man feels the hit. Choi is completely focused on the battle. Miri grows worried when she sees her teacher take a direct hit, but Ilshin is not ready to give up. He carefully observes his opponent's movements. He decides to strike him with a kick aimed right at the ribs. The older man feels the impact of the kick. He returns the favor, kicking toward his opponent's ribs. Ilshin feels intense pain and cannot help but let out a cry. Choi praises the boy, who wonders if the old man is really an S-class. But even though his opponent is extremely strong, the young man knows it is worth the fight and that he has not yet used his full power. Choi says he will defeat the boy and make him join the academy. Therefore, he will use his full power. The protagonist takes a defensive stance and wishes his opponent good luck. Then he begins to move, restarting the fight. Choi's footwork is extremely fast and firm. The man then shows he is truly using his full power. The people watching grow anxious since the man already exploded a monster as if it were a balloon, and they hope he does not do the same to the boy. Miri thinks that no matter how strong her teacher is, this is still madness. Worried, the girl thinks she must find a way to stop them. The two prepare powerful punches, but the director is charging a magic circle along with his. Ilshin puts his arm forward to block the attack, but something suddenly distracts him during the fight. A notification announces that Ilho overcame the flower trial on the 11th floor of the Tower of Heroes. And as a faithful follower and apostle, he is paying tribute. Ilho knows that every time Ilho finishes a trial, he sends a tribute. But before checking it, the boy needs to end this fight. Meanwhile, the director thinks there is no problem with breaking the boy's arm. The two punches are about to connect in an instant until the impact of the two fists is felt all around. Ilshin is completely focused and concentrated on the battle, just like his opponent Choi, who decided to use his full power. But suddenly, a bouquet of flowers starts to appear between the two of them. This is probably the tribute that Ilho is sending. Annoyed, Ilshin throws it behind him, considering it a pathetic tribute. The flowers pass close to the director's face, and they begin to bring back memories in his mind. The monster made of plants appears in his vision, leaving him terrified. This causes Choi to run off in despair, breaking past the ring's railing and leaving while crying for his mother. Ilshin is left completely confused looking at the hole the man made in the railing, and he thinks the director may have had that reaction because he is allergic. But either way, this means he won, so the director will become his believer. Checking his phone, the boy notices he has not received any notification about it yet. Then he realizes he might have to say the keywords. However, his phone starts to vibrate and he sees there is some problem with the ants. A large number of wanderers has just entered the city, and the boy must decide whether to accept them or not. But for him, this is great news as his number of believers continues to grow. Looking to his side, he can see Miri's completely enchanted face, and he thinks it is better to go to a quieter place to sort these things out. Far from there, the boy begins to manage the cultivation and expand the outer walls. He also builds additional houses, and the number of believers increases. First, the boy needs to focus on expanding the territory since the number of believers is increasing so much. And then he thinks this will be a huge headache when it reaches 1 billion and ends up letting out a curse word. The ants observe the boy saying this and interpret it as a command. They think this might be some kind of celestial magic, and so the protagonist receives a new message. The ants begin to repeat the curse word Ilshin said over and over. The young man remembers that you should not swear in front of children, but then he runs off when he remembers the director, curious about what happened after the fight until his phone receives another notification. This time, what he sees makes him very apprehensive. Far away, the sword demon is huddled in a corner holding a knife. The man's gaze is empty, and he holds the weapon firmly pointing it at himself. The notification asks if Ilshin wishes to save his believer from taking his own life. The sword demon's body trembles uncontrollably. Then suddenly, Ilshin appears behind him emerging from a portal. He notices that the man is kneeling on the floor. Noticing the presence of his god, the demon looks back with tear-filled eyes. He desperately begs his god to save him. Ilshin grabs the young man's hand, trying to take the knife from him. He succeeds throwing it to the floor immediately after. To be safe, he quickly kicks it far away. He then asks why the man is suddenly thinking of taking his own life. But the sword demon says that is not quite it. This makes the protagonist very suspicious because it seems so imminent. Then suddenly, a masked person appears behind them. With bright red eyes, the person says nothing. But the figure realizes they did not sense the boy arriving and wonders where he came from so suddenly. The demon shouts for the sword god not to let his guard down as the masked person might try something. Noting that they even modified their voice, this does not seem to be just any pervert. Ilshin then begins to observe the figure more closely, and he realizes it is not a guy or even a pervert. He then asks what Sungmina is doing there. The young woman says nothing, remaining silent for a moment. The sword demon holds his scabbard and wonders what the girl is doing there. In an angry tone, the girl speaks only to the hero. And Ilshin explains that, as he said before, he senses things differently. The sword demon is shocked to learn that his god knows such influential people. The young woman then decides to take off her mask. She faces them both with a determined look. The sword demon is shocked by the girl's immense beauty. He cannot help himself and comments on it. He then thinks it is hard to imagine someone so angelically beautiful could act so maliciously. Sungmina says it is ridiculous that a class concealment mask does not work. She screams, asking how a simple sensory power could bypass it. The demon is shocked by the sheer power in her words, but Ilshin calmly asks her to drop it and questions what she is doing here. Her gaze is filled with hatred, her face contorted with rage. The woman says she came to kill the bastard standing right there. Ilshin is surprised and asks if she is sure about that. The sword demon explains that there are only 10 people the young man failed to kill. This woman with her immense strength is one of them. But the protagonist turns to his believer and asks, isn't he weak? But putting that aside, he says he has no idea what happened and asks if Mina can just let it go. The sword demon might seem strange, but he is just a pitiful and kind person. But Mina does not seem convinced by anything he said. She explains that she cannot leave the man who killed her brother in peace. Ilshin asks if killing him now will solve anything. He adds that if she does not kill him, he will take full responsibility himself. But Mina explains that everything is going according to plan, and she has a plan for what comes after she kills him. When that happens, Ilshin will be her next target. She explains that John mentioned his name and that he is the one behind all the incidents. On top of that, he is trying to get close to Miri by pretending to help her. But Ilshin cuts her off, asking why she sealed her sister's abilities. She is shocked that he knows this and wonders if it is thanks to his sensory ability. She then becomes convinced that she truly needs to kill him. No matter how strong Miri's abilities are, she could never break that seal. And it is all thanks to her sister, Sungmin. And no matter how hard he tries, he cannot understand why she would risk her life with that seal. He then asks if she is jealous and sealed her little sister because she thought she could become a better hunter. This question enrages the woman and she decides to attack using her mental manipulation ability. Seeing his god in danger, the sword demon moves to intervene. He charges at Mina with his sword, but the woman notices his approach just in time. She quickly turns her hand in his direction. She makes a swift motion with her fingers. A red energy then strikes the sword demon. The man is instantly sent flying. He crashes into a tree incapacitated. Ilshin watches in surprise. It is a truly insane ability as she only needs to move her fingers. Worried, the protagonist asks if his believer is okay, and the man begs his god to be careful because Sungmina should not be considered S-class but SS class. Ilshin is impressed upon hearing this, wondering just how strong the girl can be. Charging a red energy in her hand, the woman says it is time for her opponent to die, and suddenly she clenches her hand shut. In that instant, Ilshin feels something strange in his heart as if the blow struck his organ directly. In desperation, the sword demon cries out to his god, but Ilshin begins to feel Mina's power striking his heart. The girl watches him with a cold, calculating gaze. Unsure how to defend against such an ability, the boy's expression changes. The sword demon begins to despair, screaming non-stop until Ilshin loses his patience and tells the boy to shut up for a bit and says it just feels like a little tickle. Greatly relieved, the demon smiles and the protagonist starts to laugh, asking for the tickling to stop. Mina is shocked because this time she sent the attack at full power. The girl then admits that the boy is much stronger than she expected. But if he thinks her abilities are limited to just mental manipulation, he is sorely mistaken. A blue energy begins to course through the girl's body. The sword demon grips his weapon with both hands, thinking they are in big trouble. And now Mina's eyes are glowing as she tries to control a scarlet energy. The demon tells his master to be careful because Mina is considered SS class. Currently in Korea, the highest rank for hunters is S class. If that is the case, Mina is much stronger than Director Choi. The girl then simply orders her opponent to burn. Ilshin remains vigilant watching the girl, and the sword demon is extremely worried. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball begins to fall towards the two of them. Ilshin tries to shield himself with his arms but still takes damage, as is his believer who is also struck. The fireball explodes moments later. The protagonist looks at the burn on his arm and at the gigantic crater that formed in the ground where the fireball landed. So Mina possesses an incredible attack ability on top of her mental manipulation. But with a wicked smile, the girl says she has not even started. Now, a ball of blue energy begins to form in the sky. It heads towards the boys as Mina screams for them to freeze. The ball falls towards them, landing right between them. Ilshin watches it and feels something strange in his body. His feet begin to freeze, and the sword demon is already covered in ice. The protagonist wonders if the girl can really use so many different attacks like this. He then asks Mina if she is a spiritual hunter, and the girl confirms. With a bit of effort, the young man manages to break free from the frozen ground. He says that all this ice is just an illusion. The girl's power is nothing more than a hallucination. Mina confirms, saying her ability is spiritual, so everything is just an illusion. Some rocks begin to fly toward the hero. The girl says that a perfect illusion is not so different from reality. The sword demon is still unable to free himself from the ice, and Ilshin starts to see several rocks flying toward him. Then Mina starts to lift a gigantic rock with the power of her mind. Much larger than she is, she prepares to throw it down on her opponents. Mina says it does not matter if it is an illusion because if something that large hits someone, that person will die. Then with a swing of her arm, the girl hurls the rock. She says that if Ilshin does not want to die like this, he must reveal his true identity and his purpose. But the young man knows that even if he tells the truth, she will not believe him. But he decides to risk it and says he is a writer. He is also the god of an ant colony. Right now, he is focused on turning Miri into an S-class hunter. So he asks the girl to please release his sister's seal. Mina does not believe him and says it seems the young man is eager to die. So since that is the case, she orders him to die right now. With a push, the young woman hurls the rock which speeds toward the protagonist. The sword demon is still frozen and screams in despair. The rock collides with the ground, making a deafening sound. It sends debris and rock fragments flying everywhere. Mina watches the scene thinking she has gotten rid of the vermin, but then she hears a voice say skill sharing. And Ilshin uses his rigid body skill to withstand the impact and shatters the rock into countless pieces. The steel hard fist makes contact with the gigantic rock. The explosion from the impact between the fist and the rock is immense. Mina has to raise a hand to her face for protection, and rays of energy from the impact continue to streak across the sky. As the dust begins to settle, Ilshin can be seen walking through it. Mina is shocked to see that the young man stopped the rock with his own strength. The sword demon gets so excited that he finally breaks free from the ice. The protagonist calls out his follower, reminding him that he said it was an illusion. This makes the young man feel ashamed, and he begins to apologize over and over. Mina watches their exchange, thinking that the guy is just a G-class. But Ilshin tells his follower to be quiet because he has something to finish. His eyes fix on Mina, who has a surprised expression. The young man approaches with incredible speed and asks the girl to hear him out for a moment. The girl is shocked to see how fast Ilshin moves. She quickly backs away asking how he did that. But there is no time for answers, and she already starts charging her next skill. Disappointed, he asks why the girl will not even give him a chance to be heard, and he realizes she is already preparing another attack. This time, it is the mental space skill. A magic circle forms in front of her hands, and a purple energy courses through the area. But suddenly, an energy strikes him, throwing him backward. Ilshin tries to defend himself with his arms, but he cannot hold his ground. Then as he opens his eyes, he realizes he is in a different place. It is like walking in an infinite void. The scent is pleasant, making him want to close his eyes. In this place, the young man feels like he can do anything. But then, everything suddenly begins to change. The sky begins to fill with stars as if it were nighttime. The sight is truly beautiful. But suddenly, a furious voice cuts through the silence saying she is extremely angry. The girl uses another skill, and only then does Ilshin remember he is in the middle of a fight. The skill she uses this time is called Deep Swamp. It is as if the boy is sinking without any water. Mina watches him and says that this will be his end. But the protagonist is not thinking about giving up and begins to try and use his indicator. But the illusory water begins to keep him from moving. And because of this, his skills do not work normally. Mina approaches, telling the young man not to worry. She says that while this will not kill him, he will become a vegetable once he is sucked in. Ilshin hears those harsh words and he shouts that becoming a vegetable is the same as dying. But then the boy remembers he needs to calm down since this is all just an illusion. Mina places her foot on the young man's head and says this is his last chance. With a firm and cruel voice, she commands him to speak now, to explain at once who he is and what his goal is. The boy's expression changes, making Mina think he is about to talk, but he is actually seeing something he should not. This makes the girl even more irritated, and her face turns red. And Ilshin thinks this is why you should never wear a dress while stepping on someone's face. Pointing her finger at the young man, the girl then orders him to just die, and the waters holding him begin to grow more turbulent, rising toward his face to drown him. After a moment, the protagonist is completely submerged. Mina watches thinking she has finally gotten rid of her opponent. Beneath the imaginary water, the young man begins to feel drowsy, but Ilsha knows he cannot fall asleep. He still has not discovered why the girl sealed Miri. Despite his drowsiness, a notification informs him that the conditions for ascension have been met. Then, in the spot where the young man sank, bubbles begin to rise. Mina looks back in disbelief and a gigantic carnivorous plant erupts from the ground. To Ilshin, it all feels like a pleasant dream. Mina thinks that while she failed to discover the boy's identity, she has eliminated a future threat. So she turns her back, thinking she must return to reality. But before she can leave, she notices the water is churning. Bubbles are rising to the surface along with a suspicious light. Suddenly, a gigantic carnivorous plant erupts from that very spot. It is covered in thorns, moving as if it is hunting something. Mina dodges just in time, wondering what in the hell this monster is. The girl focuses on the creature, trying to understand. The monster rose from the water as if it was born from the swamp itself. As it gets close to the young woman, it tries to devour her. Mina manages to dodge and land swiftly on the ground, but she is shocked when she sees how many heads the monster has. She does not understand how it managed to invade her illusion since no one can enter unless she allows it. Then she wonders if it could have been her opponent. The monster opens its giant maw once again and closes in on her. The young woman's eyes go wide when she sees what is inside the monster. Inside one of the flowers, Ilshin's body rests peacefully. The boy seems to be sleeping very comfortably. And even in his sleep, he thinks he wants to sleep for much longer. But unlike him, the monster is extremely active and alert. Mina gets wounded in the arm and wonders what to do now. The young woman has never felt so powerless. The difference in their power is overwhelming. As it dawns on her, the girl thinks of something comparable. It is similar to what she felt that day. The day she faced the true demon feared by all. Remembering this, the young woman falls to the ground defenseless. The branches of the gigantic plant begin to close in on her. They grab her, their thorns causing small wounds. The branches carry the young woman toward one of the plant's maws. It opens slowly, ready to devour her. Mina screams with all her might for the monster to spare her because she still has so many things to do, and she cannot die before getting her revenge on the Abyss Dragon. The words she just spoke begin to echo in her mind, but suddenly her body vanishes. It is unclear if she was swallowed or if she escaped. Meanwhile, someone walks barefoot. The protagonist stands in front of a ruined place. He does not know where he is and remembers that a short time ago was fighting Miri's sister. But then something to the side catches his attention. A strange light appears and he begins to follow it. A notification announces that the power of the blind god's eye has been activated and Yu Ilshin is now watching Mina's nightmare. In that moment, he can see the reason why Sung Mina sealed Miri's abilities. Her bad temper and nightmares began 15 years ago. The Abyss Dragon, considered the worst monster in history, was only the beginning. The monster killed thousands of people at once. And it was this dragon that killed and ate Mina and Miri's parents. And it placed its own mark on the two girls. Seeing the sisters' great potential, the dragon wanted them to grow up as a sacrifice. After that, with the help of this mark, Mina managed to become an S-class at only 14 years old. After that, she lived only to avenge her parents. There were rumors that the Abyss Dragon had died, but the girl did not believe them and lived her life believing it would one day return. However, the curse never left Mina. Just as her abilities grew, her lifespan was also gradually shrinking. It was clear she could not live long this way. A curse that makes a person develop very quickly but shortens their lifespan. The problem was that this curse was not only applied to her. Her sister was also growing powerful. Mina tried to remove the curse, but she failed. So she chose to seal her sister's abilities and further reduced her own life expectancy. This way, even if she could not stop it, she could at least slow down her growth to S-class. What the girl wanted was for her sister not to live only for revenge. Ilshin watches this, stunned by what he sees, but he cannot hold back his emotions and begins to cry. Suddenly, Sung Mina's spirit shatters after being swallowed and the illusion is destroyed. The sword demon had been calling him for a while, but the young man did not respond. The young man says he is happy to see that his god survived and asks what they should do with the girl now. That perhaps it would be a good idea to hand her over to the Hunters Association. Desperate, Ilshin approaches the girl trying to check on her condition. He holds her and repeatedly asks the girl to wake up. After he calls her name a few times, the young woman shows a sign of life. Worried, the boy asks if she is hurt. The girl tries to say something gathering her strength, but she only manages to say the word mom. Ilshin grows worried upon hearing this, and his expression changes. The sky is clear and the sun shines on the horizon. We see a tall house in the middle of an isolated plot of land. Sung Mina is sleeping peacefully, even sucking her thumb. Ilshin realizes his healing finger is not working. Worried, the boy decides to ask his followers what he can do to try and heal Mina. A workout addict says the secret is to make the body stronger. The sword fanatic follower replies that the hero should opt for sacrifice since the girl will die anyway. Another person comments that as soon as he becomes a high-level god, his ability will be able to heal anything. The boy starts to remember what happened before. He remembers that the rose that blooms at night appeared. In this situation, the boy understands he was provoked while still unconscious. All because of the rose that blooms at night. Then an insight strikes him and the boy starts to think he is a genius. He asks his follower named Nightmare if he is not right. The follower says there is a way to fix things. With his face bright red, the protagonist cannot believe the only way to heal her is to sleep together. The soundless Nightmare confirms, stating there is no other way. Convinced, the boy lies down on the bed below Mina's, but he suddenly gets up and looks at the girl. He adjusts the blanket for her, but the girl suddenly wakes up. Mina asks what the boy is doing, and he tells her he is going to make breakfast. Sleeping together in this case is not romantic, but a way for Mina's memories to slowly return in the form of dreams. In other words, she just needs to share her dreams with the boy to test her. The young man starts asking questions about her name and favorite things. When he asks what she hates most, the girl replies that it is the scary flower. Mina's mental age seems to be that of a small child. News spreads that the S-class hunter has been suddenly kidnapped. This means Ilshin must stay hidden with the girl for now until she returns to normal. In any case, Ilshin thinks it is best to contact Miri. Meanwhile, outside, the sword demon is training. Upon seeing his god leave the house, the young man becomes alert. He gives a respectful greeting to his master. He comments that the training from the sword god is very different, an unconventional swordsmanship that shatters all preconceived notions about swords. Ilshin remembers paying a high price for this, all to evolve his follower. After all, the boy needs 1 billion S-class followers to complete the mission. A notification announces that the number of S-class followers with the potential to transcend has increased by 2. Ilshin notices that back in the village, Antai and Ilho have just reached S-class. This means the sword demon can also evolve soon, and the best way to get S-class followers is by evolving his loyal ones. That is why the boy decides to invest in equipment to improve them. However, items bought with his coins cannot be returned, and the boy feels cheated. Regardless, Ilshin chooses not to lose hope. He thinks about the growth potions that work very well with Ilho and might be effective on the sword demon as well. As he waves to his follower, he asks him to take the potions while he trains. He tells him he is going to prepare breakfast, so he should get back to his training. The demon tries to offer to make breakfast, but Ilshin says he is more useful getting stronger. Kneeling, the man's eyes shine as he says he will certainly meet his god's expectations. Meanwhile, Ilshin worries about what to make for breakfast. While looking at his phone, he reads a message saying Baekyu Hyun will rip off the head of Mina's kidnapper if they touch a single hair on her. The moment he finishes reading the message, a gigantic explosion occurs behind the protagonist. He and the demon look back apprehensive. A man in heavy armor approaches asking where Mina is. It is Baekyu Hyun, a 26-year-old man who wields a great flame with the potential for transcendence. Surprised, Ilshin asks if he is really Baekyu. The sword demon takes offense at the way the newcomer speaks to his god. He says the man should be more respectful when addressing the great sword god. When the redhead shows he does not know of such a god, the demon is disappointed, saying that is quite childish. He decides to taunt him, saying the little girl he is looking for is already defeated. She was easily defeated by the sword god and has now become completely dependent on him. Beck becomes furious hearing this and says that if it is what he thinks, he will destroy the boy. The demon continues his taunts, saying the two of them are not afraid of a little dog that only knows how to bark. Asking his god to stay back, he says with great confidence that he will take care of the intruder. He lunges forward, preparing a strike with his great sword. Baek simply stops the blade with one hand, preparing an attack of his own. He then extends his hand, unleashing an enormous flame toward the demon. The demon falls to the ground moments later, charred. Ilshin is stunned, and in the next instant the man vanishes. He reappears in a matter of seconds, grabbing Ilshin by the neck. He asks in a firm tone where Mina is and what the hell that other idiot was talking about. The protagonist is startled by Baek's voice, thick with hatred. It is as if a real dragon stands before him. This is because the essence of the man's sword is that of a red dragon, and Baek tightens his grip on Ilshin's neck. The boy realizes it is incredibly hot, and if he does not put out this fire, his face will melt. So he decides to use the index finger of the crushing god. This only enrages the flaming man even further until he starts to feel his body changing in a strange way. He notices he can no longer move. The dragon's fixed stare changes in that same instant. The young man asks what kind of magic his opponent is using. With just a flick of his finger, Ilshin tells the boy to disappear. The dragon essence even covers its eyes with its paw. He begins to fade away little by little. Baek does not understand what is happening. He sees his imposing sword is no longer so threatening. Annoyed, the redhead turns to the protagonist asking if he is the one who did this. Ilshin plays dumb and asks what happened. But first, he makes a request to the young man. He asks him to stop holding his neck as it is sensitive to heat and still quite hot. Meanwhile, the sword demon watches everything while pulling himself together. He is impressed to see that his god is able to face such a strong opponent on equal footing. But as the two argue, Sung Mina suddenly comes out of the house. She lets out a loud shout telling them to stop it. She says they are making so much noise that she cannot sleep. Seeing the girl, Baek quickly asks if she is alright. But the young woman's gaze is filled with displeasure. That is because the young woman has noticed the redhead squeezing Ilshin's neck. Then pointing at him, the girl calls him a bad man. This shatters Baek's heart in an instant. Then Mina's eyes begin to glow. The girl launches an attack in the redhead's direction. It strikes him dead on and pushes him away from Ilshin, sending him flying violently into the distance. He crashes to the ground, making a loud noise. After a few seconds, the young man is injured but still conscious. With his body trembling, he asks the girl why she did that, but Mina ignores him, simply shouting Miri's name. She runs toward Ilshin asking if he is alright. Apparently, the girl believes the protagonist is her little sister. Mina continues to caress the young man, telling him not to worry. As she hugs him, she says she will protect her little sister from the bad guys. Seeing the young woman hugging another man like that leaves Baek even more heartbroken. Meanwhile, Mina caresses Ilshin's face, asking if her little sister is hurt. The young man has to catch himself for a moment as he almost calls her sister, but his gaze shifts to Baek, who is still on his knees. He remembers the rumors that say he and Mina are a couple. He then understands why the redhead is suffering so much now, because his girlfriend does not recognize him. Feeling sorry for the boy, Ilshin decides to help him. And quickly, with the power of the healing finger, Baek is completely healed. Then a notification announces that the boy is healed and that despite being below the 8th level, he is capable of transcending. But 100 coins are consumed to heal him. However, the hero thinks that if he continues like this, he has a great opportunity to increase his S-class followers. And now, Baek looks at him as if he would even donate an organ if asked. So maybe it is a good idea to try and make him his believer. The redhead realizes that this healing ability defies common sense. The first step is to build a good relationship between the two of them. So the boy tries to explain that this is all just a big misunderstanding. However, before he can finish speaking, a very loud noise interrupts him. Several helicopters can be seen approaching the location. This makes Ilshin think that Yu-hyun really did not come alone, but he decides to ask just to be sure, and the redhead explains that he came alone. Ilshin knows the boy has no reason to lie and wonders who these people are. It could be the Hunter Association's investigation unit or someone wanting the bounty on his head. But either way, this does not look good. And with this many people, it is definitely going to be a problem. The helicopters move closer to the boys, and from inside, several agents begin to jump out. Ilshin watches them, trying to identify who they are. And from inside one of the vehicles, a familiar face can be seen. It is the academy director who wears a grim expression. Miri is also there, and the director might believe he is dealing with a kidnapper. Mina becomes excited when she spots her sister. The protagonist, on the other hand, grows anxious, wondering how he is going to explain all of this. Time passes, and after a few hours, Ilshin explains everything that happened, including the story he saw in Mina's nightmares. Now Miri knows why her sister sealed her abilities. Overcome with emotion, the girl begins to cry and her sister hugs her. The two embrace and declare their love for one another. Yoonbai approaches and hands something to Ilshin. It is a B-class license because according to the director, the boy summoned a monstrous flower. As soon as they mention the monster, Mina runs away in terror. His ability to summon strange creatures is highly rated, which is why he receives the license. Ilshin realizes they are talking about his rose that blooms at night. The director asks if the boy wants to come work at the academy since he could now be a teacher, but Choi offers to pay him double the starting salary. Yoonbai shows him the amount and the boy's eyes light up. So Ilshin decides to accept the invitation and become a teacher at the academy. Sometime later, we see the Hunter Academy building. Miri is radiant and full of excitement. Her classmate approaches, and the girl explains she is happy because someone very special is arriving today. A few seconds later, the classroom door opens and someone enters. It is Ilshin who arrives looking dead on his feet. The students recognize him as the guy who took down teacher Gun-wook with a single blow, and they wonder who the man behind him is, the faithful follower who came with him. Ilshin explains that he will be the temporary teacher while Gun-wook is on medical leave. The students are confused by this sudden medical leave. To put an end to the chatter, the sword demon slams his weapon on the floor and says he will be the teaching assistant. And he warns them that they should know it is an honor to be taught by the great sword god. The protagonist tries to start lesson, but Miri raises her hand and says that teacher Jaeun-wook's class was physical education. In that case, the new teacher says the students can just study on their own. This is all because the young man is completely exhausted. So much so that after leaning on the desk for a few seconds, he ends up falling asleep. The sword demon orders everyone to be quiet so they do not disturb the great god's sleep. The students whisper and decide it is best to obey, since the man must be at least a rank. The next day, Ilshin arrives in the classroom and says that since exams are coming up, they need to study. The day after, it is raining heavily. So since they cannot go outside, the teacher tells them to study in the classroom. And on the third day, despite the beautiful weather, he tells them to study some more. At this point, Miri's classmate looks very disappointed. Something is very strange because for 3 days in a row, the students have only studied on their own. And in the few moments he is awake, the teacher is just playing some game about ants on his phone. Even at lunchtime, the girl is surprised. The teacher is eating with them, saying it is great to have a job where you get free lunch. With a completely straight face, the young man asks Ko Myung-ji why she is eating so little. Miri still seems enchanted by Ilshin, but Ko thinks she must be blind. So sometime later, the girl decides to ask her friend why she likes that weird teacher so much. The two are walking down the street together and Miri asks if she is referring to teacher Yu Ilshin. The young woman says she just thinks he has a special charm. Then she looks at her phone and says her sister and Ilshin must be waiting. Miri says goodbye to Myung-ji, who is surprised to see that she meets up with Ilshin after class. From that moment on, the girl decides she will find out what her friend sees in that guy. The next day, the teacher gathers the students and says that instead of studying on their own, they will do some combat practice. Myung-ji thinks this is her chance to beat the guy like a dog, but Ilshin says the sword demon will handle everything because he is too sleepy. Myung-ji is irritated that the slacker is still thinking about going to sleep, so she finally decides to get his attention. The girl raises her hand asking to speak with the teacher and says she does not have a partner for the fight. Ilshin realizes the class really does have 21 students, and he never considered it. But the girl steps forward and says she wants Professor Ilshin to be her partner. The sword demon says this is very bold, and the girl taunts him asking if he is afraid. But Ilshin decides to do as she asks. Yunbi warned she would cut his salary and charge him for lunch if he went too far, but he needs to at least pretend he is working. Even though he whispers this, the student manages to hear everything, and she looks at her teacher with an air of contempt, creating a tense atmosphere that all the students around can feel. So she decides to whisper back saying she will beat this lazy wage thief. Ilshin finds the girl's attitude brazen, but he knows she is not wrong since he spent the last few days just sleeping. However, there is a good reason for it. The young man gave up his bed to the two sisters for the sake of Mina's recovery. But despite that, sleeping on the floor is not the worst part. He has not been able to sleep because of the two slackers next to him. Even though they are S-class hunters considered the future of Korea, they do not act as they should. Ilshin even tried to ask why Yu-hyun could not sleep at his own house. But after a night of heavy drinking, the man did not even move. The two have been spending their nights at Ilshin's house for a week, and they drink every single day. After all, anything that happened was a good reason to celebrate with a drink. When it rained, they would say it was a good time for a few drinks. And when the weather was nice, they would say it was a good time to drink as well. Ilshin was even afraid this would hinder Mina's recovery, but she would get excited whenever she saw them drunk. But while the two slackers slept like logs, it was Ilshin the girl would ask for something when she got hungry. So he was responsible for feeding everyone, and so he would head to the kitchen once again. Among other meals, he would sometimes make kimchi fried rice for everyone. The protagonist has been drinking all week while also taking care of Mina, leaving no time for sleep. But while the young man was cooking, something caught the girl's attention. The phone of one of the two drunks was vibrating non-stop until it let out a loud notification, announcing that the S-class hunter Sergei was killed in Gangwon province. This could mean the emergence of a disaster rank monster. And looking at the photo in the article, it is possible to see something written on the wall. It is not Sergei's handwriting, but written in an African language are the words, "A sacrifice to God." The two then decide to leave before it is too late. And while Ilshin is cooking, they teleport away. Just as the food was ready, the young man gives Mina a plate, telling her to finish eating and get ready for school. Whenever he leaves for school, the young man leaves Mina with teacher Yunbai, and the two get along very well. But regardless, the young man says he will work hard. Go Myung-ji is a 19-year-old girl with the abilities of a necromancer, something that leaves the protagonist impressed. The student says she will start the fight and asks her subordinate Hades to open his eyes. Ilshin understands that Hades is the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. Myung-ji begins to concentrate to use her spirit summoning ability. Then, a man's figure appears right behind her. The summon is gigantic and it seems to be very powerful. It is the giant zombie Hades, a summon ranked 7th in the underworld. This excites the young man as his opponent's abilities seem quite fun. Just as he is about to be struck, Ilshin prepares his steel body ability, but something catches his attention and the young man looks up. Hades seems to freeze before he can land the blow. Myung-ji finds this strange and asks what happened, but the zombie kneels down and bows in reverence. He says he is honored to meet the great and supreme existence. The student does not understand what happened because a summoner's command must be absolute. The other students are also shocked as the teacher seems to have subjugated the summon. The sword demon says this is to be expected from the great sword god. Annoyed, Myung-ji starts hitting her summon looking like a squirrel next to a tiger. Ilshin tries to resolve the situation by faking a fight, but the zombie says that would be far too bold of him. Hades says he feels the strength of his master, the mountain-crushing giant within Ilshin. And the protagonist remembers that the summons served that man as a knight. Without realizing it, the young man places his hand on Hades' head, as if he were the mountain-crushing giant himself. And so, Hades' past floods his mind. Back then, he did not look like a zombie. Hades became the giant god's knight out of admiration for him, but he failed to protect that priestess and ended up losing his life. He then became a resentful zombie ghost and wandered endlessly through the underworld until Myung-ji summoned him. The story leaves Ilshin quite emotional. A notification asks if the young man would like to collect the giant's fallen knight, and without a second thought, the young man accepts. Thus, Ilshin inherits the follower of the mountain-crushing giant, and it is possible to evolve him even further, which impresses the young man. The notification then asks if the young man would like to use his divine energy to evolve him. Ilshin accepts immediately, and an energy flows through his body. The zombie Hades then begins to shine with a golden light, and in that same instant he begins to scream in agony as if a powerful energy is possessing him. The students are stunned, realizing they are witnessing a miracle. Even the protagonist is shocked to witness an evolution. In the ring, the zombie begins to glow, emitting immense energy. As it rises, its body begins to undergo changes. Its skin changes color, and strange markings appear on it. His face changes drastically, becoming more like a skull. And finally, Hades, the zombie giant, evolves into the nocturnal Hades paladin. Yumi watches it all unfold, saying the boy must be truly incredible to pull this off. The notification states that the nocturnal Hades paladin still has the potential to transcend. The moment the evolution is complete, the creature kneels before Ilshin. It thanks him for his grace and declares it will become his shield. A new notification announces that Ilshin now has 4 S-class believers capable of transcendence. Myung-ji is surprised to see that Hades has evolved and can now even speak. But after everything that has happened, Ilshin begins to feel sick. The young man loses his balance and begins to fall. Worried, the sword demon and Miri leap over the ring's railings. They all rush to the professor's side at once. His face is suddenly deathly pale. Hades reassures them all, saying the young man is merely sleeping. The 2 worried believers are relieved. The sword demon says he will protect him until he is ready to awaken. This all happened because believers must consume divine power to evolve. Ilshin used more power than he realized to evolve such a strong creature. Now the young man seems to be having a pleasant dream. He is lying in the lap of a beautiful woman with a divine air about her. The young man thinks that infinite abundance is being quite generous today. Ilshin now has the ability to meet his followers directly. The woman says he used a great deal of divine power, so he must rest to recover it. Meanwhile, infinite abundance runs her hand over his head. A golden energy flows from her fingers, bringing the young man immense pleasure. He feels like he is truly in paradise, but he could never imagine that while he rested, a demonic being was approaching. Yunbi is on the computer while Mina waits beside her. The girl says she is bored and asks when Miri and Ilshin's class will be over. But before she gets an answer, the young woman has an idea. Knowing she would get bored, the girl brought something with her in her backpack. Tapping on some kind of case, the girl asks if the person inside wants some candy. In that instant, the object begins to shake uncontrollably. Mina then teases it, saying she is not going to give it any candy. Yunbi thinks she preferred the old Mina, no matter how rude she was. She then starts to think about the matter her father and Yuhoon went to resolve, since the girl would be a great help. Suddenly, a desperate scream followed by a falling lollipop interrupts her thoughts. Sung Mina is trembling, standing in front of Yunbi. The girl has a desperate expression and repeats the word no over and over. Thinking the girl is upset about the lollipop, the woman says there are still plenty of sweets left. But Mina hugs the woman tightly, looking truly terrified. She just keeps repeating the word monster and says this monster has come to devour her. A hooded man stands before the building and says, "This is where the sacrifices for the god are hiding." He says there are 2 seeds for the abyssal dragon, but one of them is not yet ripe. 2 people on the street grow suspicious when they see the hooded figure. They decide to call him over to confirm his identity. One of the men approaches and warns the person that he will be in serious trouble if he enters wearing those clothes. Placing a hand on the individual's shoulder, he asks him to show his identification. But in the blink of an eye, the hooded figure makes a swift move, ripping the head off the man in front of him. The other guards, desperate, begin to approach. They run toward the hooded figure. He again moves with incredible speed, rushing past them. He wounds them mortally without his hood even falling. With a wave of his hand, the man finishes the job and shatters the ground with complete ease. This causes an intense noise that can be heard even from outside. Pieces of the building fall on top of him, and the man asks where the sacrifices for the god are. He continues to walk as a red alert begins to sound. The hooded man says there are only 2 sacrifices for God. The rest are nothing but trash. The warriors who have appeared try to surround the invader. As they approach, a golden energy can be seen radiating from the man. Then his expression suddenly changes. Upon seeing Sungmi Ri, the hooded man realizes he has found what he was looking for. With a sinister smile, he says he has found one of the seeds, the immature sacrifice, and the warriors trying to stop him are thrown toward the stairs. Everyone is shocked by what is happening and asks who the invader is. The hooded man is destroying everything he touches. Holding a rock, the attacker calls them irritating parasites and crushes it with the greatest of ease. His eyes glow red and he orders them all to die, sending debris from the building flying toward the people. Stone fragments fly out, striking all the warriors. A few of them head towards Sung Miri and the sword demon, but the swordsman quickly draws his weapon. He manages to block the stones with his blade, but he feels the sheer force of the impact. An alert tells everyone to evacuate to the bunker immediately. Since the director and the S-rank hunters will arrive in about 10 minutes, they are advised to avoid fighting the invader. Miri asks the sword demon to take Ilshin to the bunker while she buys some time, but he suggests asking Hades to do it instead. But with a frightening smile, the hooded figure says that will be impossible. And suddenly, a creature begins to emerge from the ground. A gigantic monster appears and begins to roar. The creature begins to gather energy in its hand. It creates a vortex of power that swirls around it. Miri and the sword demon stare in shock. A violet dome covers the outside of the building, and the monster says that no one will save them from it. Miri identifies it as a territory barrier, something only king-class monsters can create. The sword demon tells the girl to run to the bunker. He decides he will distract the giant alligator. He moves closer, preparing to strike with his sword. But as his sword makes contact, something feels wrong. He is immediately thrown against the wall. He suffers immense damage from the impact. The irritated monster asks how the demon dared to do such a thing, but it turns toward Miri and asks where the sacrifice is. With a determined gaze, the girl faces it fearlessly. She unleashes a blast of electrical energy striking the monster. Meanwhile, inside the bunker, Mina is trembling with fear. The girl senses her sister is in danger and suddenly vanishes as if by magic. Miri is still fighting bravely, using her electrical energy against the monster. The sword demon notices something and shouts for her to watch out. The alligator monster withstands her attacks and begins to close in. It finally grabs her in its gigantic hand. The sword demon tries to recover and calls out to his god. He says he is sorry, but he has no other choice. The monster is crushing Miri into the ground, and from the palm of its other hand, small hands emerge and reach for the girl. In desperation, Miri can only think of her teacher. But suddenly, Mina appears and uses her mental control ability. She orders the monster to stop hurting her little sister. The alligator turns to the girl still holding Miri, and he realizes the dragon seed appeared on its own. But Mina's mind control does not work on the monster, and inside her backpack pocket the case begins to shake more. The young woman then throws the backpack away, saying they are too noisy and her sister is in danger. She then tries to use another ability, but the alligator attacks with its tail, striking even faster. The strike misses Mina, but the force of the impact sends her hair flying. And suddenly, a large tail begins to wrap around her. The monster's tail begins to lift her up, and the alligator says he will sacrifice her soon. Beating on the monster, Mina orders him not to hurt her sister, but the alligator ignores her and says he will begin the ceremony. The disgusting little hand moves closer and closer to Miri's face, who trembles in fear. In desperation, Mina begins to cry, begging for someone to save her sister. And with all the strength in her lungs, she screams, "You Ilshin's name." Far away, the young man is still lost in his pleasant dream. But as soon as Mina screams his name, something changes. The boy seems to feel something different. He feels he needs to go and tells the lady. But the divine abundance says his power is not yet restored, and he could be killed by the apostle of the god of destruction. But the young man knows he has to do something anyway. A hand reaches for Mina's backpack lying on the ground. The girl screams the hero's name in desperation. Her desperation grows when she sees her sister being hurt by the monster. The ritual is over, and now it is time to offer the sacrifices. But suddenly a swift cut is made. In the blink of an eye, a tail goes flying through the air. It lands on the ground right in front of the monster. The monster screams for its precious tail as a figure appears holding Miri. His name is Gustav, apostle of the unknown god, active for 85 years and responsible for the SS rank harvest. Surrounded by a sinister red aura, the protagonist appears holding Miri. He repeats over and over that he wants to cut up a crocodile. The girl can barely recognize her teacher. He sets her down safely on the ground. He keeps walking toward the monster with a malicious smile. The alligator begins to tremble at the sight of that figure, but it also charges toward its opponent, calling him a sewer rat. With impressive agility, Ilshin dodges the monster's attacks. and when he is about to meet its fist, he prepares himself, and he leaps, performing a skillful flip to dodge, laughing the entire time while holding a small knife. The monster opens its gigantic mouth, and Ilshin is about to fall right into it. However, he performs a quick spin with his body, making a sharp cut right across the alligator's mouth, and he manages to move his body with agility and dexterity. Immediately after, the monster snaps its jaw shut with all its might, but it realizes the attack was not very effective because the protagonist is standing right on top of its snout. He licks the knife that wounded the beast, repeating that he wants to cut everything. In a zigzag motion, the boy runs across the body of his gigantic adversary. His eyes are red and glowing. The sword demon watches everything, leaning against a pillar. The monster, now wounded, uses its arm to brace itself on the ground, and it seems truly exhausted after all the attacks. But Ilshin raises his small knife and says the fight is not over yet. The alligator stares at him with its yellow eyes, and it admits that its opponent is indeed very strong. But it also reveals that it has not yet shown its full power. Ilshin smiles and says that this is going to be a lot of fun. The monster says that if the boy becomes a sacrifice, the great god will be very pleased. The giant's arm begins to be enveloped in a dark energy. Meanwhile, the protagonist raises his knife and asks his opponent to show his true power. The savior of eternity is disappointed because he is using swords instead of his muscles, and the soundless nightmare supports him waving carnivorous flowers. Ilshin realizes these followers are not helping. But when he looks forward again, he notices the enemy has changed. It is now much smaller, but with a stranger and more sinister appearance. Picking his nose, the boy does not seem impressed by the final transformation, and he decides to attack, leaping toward his opponent. He strikes it with a swing of his small knife, but the blow causes no damage. The boy cannot cut it, something unacceptable for the sword god himself. So Ilshin does not give up and launches a new assault. He strikes the black alligator in several places with a flurry of attacks. Several cuts land in a fraction of a second until suddenly the enemy grabs the boy's arm. And it says that with that tiny sword, he will not be able to cut even a dragon sent by God. And with its other hand, the alligator lands a powerful punch on the boy. He feels the heavy impact and is wounded. He is also thrown back with tremendous force. He slams hard against the wall, creating a loud crash. The enemy begins to approach Ilshin, who is still on the ground, unable to move. The alligator does not wait, grabbing the young man's head in one of its hands. With its other hand, it prepares its next move, once again using its small claws to offer Ilshin as a sacrifice. But the young man opens his eyes and tries to react. The foul little hand begins to be enveloped by a dark energy. The monster is ready to carry out its duty. Ilshin, in turn, tries to use his pinky finger to heal himself, but a notification informs him that he lacks sufficient divine power to use his skills. With few options left, our hero considers what to do next, and a new notification appears warning that he is about to die. The protagonist tries to think of a plan to escape. Several urgent notifications appear trying to warn him of the danger. One of them announces that he's on the verge of death. The alligator continues to hold the young man's head. He begins to feel his mind growing hazy, then suddenly, a warrior appears behind them. The reptilian monster is caught by surprise. It is Hades who has come to protect his new master, but he is unsuccessful, repelled by the alligator's punches, and is thrown back in that same instant. Ilshin begins to think it would have been better not to become a god, and to just pretend he never saw someone die. Ilho begins to shout for his master to be strong. Auntie is also praying for her god to endure. Ilshin begins to hear the sincere pleas of his followers. They are all crying out for him to hold on. The sword demon apologizes for being unable to help. A portion of his divine power begins to be restored by the tears and prayers of his followers. However, the small hand of sacrifice is now very close. The sharing skills are released and two new ones appear. In the final remaining instant, the hero manages to react. His hand steadies as he grips his knife, and he manages to strike the alligator's hand, ripping it off. The monster looks at its arm in disbelief. It lets go of the young man, who uses his skill share from the sword god, thus activating the skills of the demonic sword god. Meanwhile, outside, the director and Yu-hyun try to enter the site, but without success. Choi gets annoyed as all of Korea's S-class hunters have gathered to come. The redhead thinks that even a miracle would not be enough. But suddenly, a fissure appears on the dome, and a large gash begins to weaken it. Ilshin starts moving again, recovering his energy. He begins to make strange movements, which confuse the alligator. His gaze turns maniacal again, and the boy repeats that he wants to cut everything. He sends some fragments toward his opponent. They behave like projectiles heading toward the monster. The giant tries to defend himself, admitting that this is quite dangerous. And after a few seconds, the attacks stop. The alligator watches everything, attentive to the boy's movements. Then he observes his body and sees that he has no new wounds. He then asks his opponent what he did. Ilshin just repeats that he cut everything, which makes the giant furious. He lunges at the boy, preparing a punch. But then he notices something different about his body, and he feels as if his waist is loose. A grievous wound has been inflicted on the alligator's belly, and also on both his shoulders, which detach from his arms. The monster screams, a mixture of pain and rage, and the barrier blocking the building begins to glow. Then it explodes like a real bomb. The alligator is on the ground, defeated by the protagonist. As he tries to crawl away, he asks how the kid dared to do this. But looking into the boy's eyes, he feels something different. It is as if the monster understands in that exact moment that this is the essence of nature. As if Ilshin's face is shrouded in a halo. And the monster feels that this is the first time it has wanted to flee when facing someone, because that is not just any enemy, it is a majestic being. Its remaining arm then begins to turn to ash, and Ilshin makes just one movement with his arm. His body is charged with golden electrical energy. The protagonist finally massacres Gustav, the apostle of the god of destruction, and the apostle counts as a sacrifice worth 5 S-classes. After finishing the job, the boy ends up falling to his knees, and his mission to become a lower-level demon evolves a little. The director manages to approach Ilshin and shouts his name. Approaching, worried, the man says that the boy cannot die, but his arm falls. The boy is out of strength. Choi screams in desperation, and Yu-hyun realizes the gravity of the situation. Hades approaches and informs them that his master is sleeping. The two men are confused by this information, but the hero seems to be in another dream once again. This time, carnivorous plants are part of the landscape. This is the realm of the creature known as the Soundless Nightmare, and the boy is lying in the mouth of a carnivorous flower. The nightmare says that as long as his body is bathed in its saliva, no poison or curse will be able to harm him. And the nightmare warns him that he now has only one chance left. Then, it begins to move its gigantic tongue, and Ilshin begins to slide down into the creature's mouth, going deeper and deeper into the flower structure. Suddenly, boy wakes up as if from a terrible nightmare. Mina is by his side and tells him he has been asleep for a week. But in the protagonist's mind, it felt like much more time had passed. The girl moves closer and asks if he is okay, saying it looks like he had a nightmare. A notification announces that Sung Mina's wish came true, and she is now his believer. The girl is a strong follower, worthy of 2 S-classes. This makes the protagonist very excited and optimistic. A new notification suggests that the boy try asking for a kiss, as she might do it gladly. This makes Ilshin blush instantly. But out of nowhere, a huge monster appears, interrupting the moment. The two youths approach frightened. Mina grabs the boy, saying she is scared. It seems to be an offering from Ilho, a large fish. The boy wishes for his great god to eat well and recover quickly. Relieved, Ilshin realizes it is not a threat and wonders what the hell Ilho is doing. Hearing the noise, Choi goes to check what happened and enters the room startled. Miri and the sword demon enter right after to see what happened. To lighten the mood, Ilshin asks what they think about having shark fin for lunch, and he uses his crushing god's index finger, sending the gigantic fish falling outside. Choi and Miri stare at the enormous creature. The protagonist explains that it is fresh because he caught it himself. Sometime later, we see room 33 of the academy. Bilson is accompanied by his faithful follower, and he seems anxious. As he enters the room, the students gossip that this teacher is the association's secret weapon. He was the one who took down the SS-class monster while everyone else was hiding. But no matter how quietly the students speak, the young man can hear everything. The sword demon then slams his weapon on the floor with all his might and says that everyone must now recognize the greatness of the sword god. Myung-ji, the class president, orders everyone to bow, and the entire class gives the teacher a very respectful bow. Ilshin is moved, as this is the first time he has ever received a salute. After the incident with Gustav, the boy is happy to see that the children are all in high spirits. So the teacher decides to start the class, saying it has been a while since they last saw each other. So now they can have some more study time. because deep down, the young man just wanted to work on his manuscript while the students studied. But upon seeing everyone's faces, he decides to say he was just kidding and announces that he will see them all one by one. The next student in line is a very large girl. The young woman sits down ready for her turn, named Hyojio. The student is 19 years old. She looks healthy on the outside, but inside, her energy is completely distorted. Ilshin uses his counseling for healing treatments. He does not seem like the best physical education teacher. He asks the girl not to move and uses his healing pinky finger. A green energy passes through the student's body at that same moment. Feeling her sensitivity twice as high as normal, Hyojio asks how the teacher did that. But in truth, the young man only performed a minor healing on her blood. As he calls the next in line, the young man's expression changes. Miri and the sword demon say they want counseling too. But Ilshin says they should both be at home training. The demon says this is different from what they do at school, and the teacher confirms it. But since they are here, Ilshin decides to give in and asks which of them wants to start. The two fanatical believers try to start at the same time, and this causes a jealous argument between the two of them. To try to calm things down, Ilshin says he can do both of them at the same time. But he suddenly notices a notification that a prayer from the devotee auntie has arrived. The ants are all gathered praying, and they ask their god to save them. And they say they are too weak to stop the enemy. In that same instant, other notifications start popping up. All of them show an extreme danger level. A truly urgent situation is happening in Intria. An army of sinister creatures seems to be attacking. Monsters of various kinds are heading toward the faithful, including the apostle of the ruler of the abyssal swamp summoned by the goddess Arachne, and also the apostle of the beast of power and deception summoned by the same goddess. Besides them, the apostle of the fire that shines in the sky is present, a wielder of great and terrible flames. Ilshin is shocked to see that 3 great apostles are involved. All 3 are comparable to or much stronger than Gustav. And if nothing is done, all the ants will be exterminated. The remaining time until all the apostles sent by Arachne arrive is 78 hours and a few minutes. And besides the great apostles, millions more are also coming. The protagonist realizes this is the same as dumping insecticide from a truck. He wonders how he will protect everyone when he almost died fighting Gustav, who was just one man. As the young man suddenly falls silent, the sword demon and Miri find it strange. The enemy army is too strong and is about to wreak havoc. Ilshin begins to despair, thinking there is no escape. But he remembers the mission from the lower god, and an idea flashes in his mind. His 2 followers become even more confused by the situation. And Miri says the boy has only been on the job for a week and has already gone crazy. The mission to become a lower-level demon is still underway, and the young man knows he must first increase his number of believers. Choi is in the cafeteria, lost in thought and stuffing his face with his meal like a true ogre, until Ilshin finds him after searching for a while. With a friendly look, the boy approaches and pulls up the chair next to him. Choi, still chewing, remains silent, and a new notification reveals that the man has greatly admired the boy ever since he saved his daughter. The protagonist then says he needs to ask the director for a favor. The 2 of them talk in low tones so no one else can hear. Choi listens intently while he continues to eat. But suddenly, he cannot contain his laughter and begins to roar, saying he will do as the boy wishes and that he trusts him. Even though the request was very strange, Kong-san remains focused on his meal. The notification describing the man does not change at all after the conversation. Miri asks her sister to stop staring at the director and eat something. Ilshin is focused on progressing in his mission as a lower-level god. Thanks to Sungmin, he now only needs 4 more people to complete it. To become a lower god, the boy has no other choice but to complete the mission, but he is confused that the conversation with Choi did not work. Growing desperate, the boy asks if Kong-sen needs his help with anything. The man seems to be getting suspicious from all the talk and says that no matter how much he trusts the boy, he will never let him get near his daughter. The 2 sisters end up overhearing the conversation. The man keeps repeating that this would never happen even if the world ends. This strange conversation ends up making Mina very irritated. Ilshin starts to deny the director's accusation, but suddenly the director gets very angry. He slams his spoon into the table. He asks if the boy is trying to say his daughter is not his type. After this outburst, the man calms down a bit and changes the subject. Choi asks if the professor is using his healing ability on the students. A new opportunity arises for the boy to try and convince him. Ilshin says he has also been using it on Mina and that she's improved a lot since then. Knowing this, he asks if he can do anything for the director. The man lowers his head and in a sad tone of voice asks if someone with little time left to live can be cured. And so, a mission for Choi Kong-san's S-Class is created. The protagonist is surprised by this development. The mission is to heal Choi's friend and show him the omnipotence of a great god. The boy becomes convinced that he absolutely must accomplish this feat. He says they must try to heal her right now. Far away, there is a large hospital. Several guards stand watch in front of a door. A woman with long white hair lies on a bed covered in flowers. Ilshin wonders if this is Choi's friend, finding it strange that she is still so young. The director asks what the boy is looking at. Noticing the boy's confusion, Choi explains that Miracle does not age, and that only her hair has turned white. She is not just a friend, but someone who has been with the man his entire life, a true heroine. She helped save South Korea many times with her predictions of the future. Energy begins to emanate from the young woman's body. Ilshin realizes the energy is coming from the flowers. Choi explains that Miracle is absorbing energy from the flowers to stay alive. Many doctors and healers have tried everything, but all have failed. The protagonist looks at the woman's body and says he will try. A notification reveals her name is Lee Mare. It also shows she is currently in a frozen state to preserve what little life she has left. Ilshin realizes he cannot see her age, and this is the first time that has ever happened. Suddenly, a voice in his head says it is not very gentlemanly to ask a woman's age. Choi realizes the boy must have been summoned into her mental space. Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, the director wishes him good luck. The protagonist is then transported to a beautiful place. There, Miracle is awake and smiling. She notices the new visitor's presence and greets him. The boy wonders if this is some kind of dream, but he soon realizes this is no dream, but a real space. Here, he can feel a power stronger and clearer than Mina's abilities. The young man approaches and asks if her name is Lee Mirai, and she confirms it is. The woman already knows the boy's name, saying she knows of him because he is the chosen one. In her premonition, the boy was supposed to be the incarnation of evil, but he seems kinder and more nerdy than she expected. The protagonist is unsure if that was an insult or a compliment. The girl says that if she is suffering from an incurable illness, she would be happy to give up her remaining life to be free of it. Miracle says she is trapped here because her physical body is nearly dead, but she still wanted to see him in person, which is why she invited him to her mental space. The boy then asks her to let him go so he can heal her. Time is short and our hero has only 68 hours and a few minutes left. However, Miracle says that is impossible and asks if the boy would like to use his abilities. Since his power is much greater than she expected, the young man should give it a try. Curious, the young man decides to use his ring finger of the healing god. Miracle's body is soon enveloped in a green energy, and a notification appears to calculate the causality of healing Lee Mirai. But it announces that the healing has failed because this is a target that cannot be healed with his current divine power. The protagonist is disappointed when he realizes this, and Miracle's feet touch the ground again. The green energy slowly begins to leave her body. If the young man does not have enough divine power, then the healing mission will fail. Miracle slowly begins to open her eyes, but she immediately falls to her knees. She then looks at you Ilshin, and with a friendly smile, she says that she believes in him. Although Miracle is young and lacks a god, she decides to risk her fate by trusting the young man. Thus, Lee Meyer becomes the protagonist's fifth believer, and his mission advances a little further. Despite it being sudden, the young man is happy with the progress, and Miracle says she could see that if the young man can continue saving the small world, he will also be able to save her world. Ilshin wonders if the girl is talking about Antria. And with a friendly smile, she says she will be joyfully waiting for the day he is ready. And then Miracle's body begins to disappear, and she says the solution to the problem is incredibly close. She vanishes right after, leaving the protagonist worried. And then Lee Mary's ability is added called Promontory Dream. In other words, the young man has just acquired an ability to see the future. But because he does not have enough divine power yet, he cannot use it. Slowly, the boy begins to feel that he is returning, and he realizes his body is back where it was. Leaning on Miracle's bed, the boy comes to his senses. Approaching the young man, Choi asks if he is okay, and Ilshin is sweating, remembering Miracle's words. Meanwhile, far away in the academy's gymnasium, Hades is casually playing basketball with the other students. The young man is on the phone, thinking that, in the end, the mission for the principal failed. So the young man decides to check all the nearby places and asks them to send all the items he requested by tomorrow. His entire teaching salary is devoured by rent and the loans he took out. Looking ahead, Ilshin sees the sword demon making strange movements. The young man seems to be training with his weapon. The sword the boy bought from the Chungum swindler is very hard and heavy. He paid 20 million coins just to turn the sword demon into an S-class. And the young man also received a book as a reward which contained the essence of Jang Sambong. However, the demon explained that this kind of style does not suit his way of fighting, which seeks only extreme power. So he politely refused, and in the end, the protagonist got completely screwed. But now, his faithful follower seems to be training very well. He wields the heavy sword with just one hand and with ease. Someone watches him with a look of admiration. It is Myung-ji, who seems to have gotten distracted during the game. Her eyes sparkle as she looks at the young man. He asks the girl to stop staring at him and come closer. The girl asks if the demon wants her to get him some water, but the young man explains he is talking to the person behind her. This leaves the young woman very disappointed. Hades finds this attitude very rude and asks if the young man needs help being more polite. Pointing his finger at the monster, the demon says that today will be different and that he will crush him. Ilshin watches this with curiosity, knowing it is almost impossible for an A-class to defeat an S-class. But the sword demon can become an S-class if he is defeated by Hades. Perhaps the solution to all his problems is the sword demon himself. The two followers then begin to fight at that very moment. The sword demon has already mastered the heavenly demon's divine sword to its limit. With a vertical strike, the young man uses all his strength. He remains in an attack stance, unable to see his opponent, but he is surprised by a blow to the back of his neck. Hades says the attack was well thought out, but it is still not enough to take him down. Frustrated, the young man says he will still get him, and he collapses after saying this. Hades catches him on his shoulder and says he will soon catch up to him, that is if he is still alive by then. Announces that he will take the sword demon to the infirmary. Myung-ji runs after them and asks him to wait, saying she will go too. Ilshin thinks that the sword demon will indeed become an S-class one day. The problem is knowing when. The boy takes a drink as a notification pops up. A notification announces that the God-Maker's assimilation rate has slightly increased and Ilshin's power has been slightly strengthened. He must have already drunk about 2,000 bottles of the potion, and yet it has only increased by 1%. Meanwhile, Mina is focused using a skill on her sister. The girl is currently trying to release Miri's seal, but the process seems to be causing the young woman great pain. Both of them struggle greatly to perform the procedure. However, after a while, Mina loses her strength. Wiping away her sweat, the young woman says that everything is fine and Ilshin thinks that the solution may not be the sword demon, but Miri instead. The moment the protagonist approaches, the girl remembers the conversation she overheard between him and the director. She instantly gets annoyed and turns her face away. Ilshin tries to ask the young lady what is wrong, and she just says her name, Mina, shouting for him not to call her young lady, but to use her name. Realizing things are getting complicated, the protagonist decides to offer her a sweet, and the young woman's mood changes immediately. She runs happily toward the lollipop. The mission from the lower-level god continues to progress. Miri and the sword demon can become S-class, and then the hero will have exactly 10 followers at that level. But there is not much time. The boy has 48 hours, so the teacher calls for his student, Miri. He says he needs to leave for a moment, asking the girl to take care of the sword demon when he wakes up. Ilshin explains that he has something very important to do, and the curious girl asks what it is. The young man says with a smile that he needs to sleep. He walks toward his bed, stretching as he goes. But suddenly, he sees a sword hilt in his path, and he realizes it is the heavenly sword. The solution miracle mentioned is very close. The young man begins to straighten his bedsheet. He decides to undergo a hellish training with the dream chasers. Since time in dreams is much slower, 2 days of training can become more than 3 months. Soon, the protagonist is transported to the temple of the heavenly sword. The imposing man sits on his throne. Ilshin knows this is the domain of the heavenly sword that cuts all things, and it is the first time he sees him. His eyes stare at him with determination and focus. The boy remembers that he almost fainted when he met him, but that is not important now. The young man entrusted the heavenly sword with the repair of his knife, which broke in the fight against Gustav. The heavenly sword replies that the blade still needs more time. For the great god to lend him something, he must pay 1,000,000 coins. The price is much higher than before, and the man says he needs insurance in case the sword is destroyed. With little choice, the boy decides to pay the agreed-upon price. He becomes a little suspicious that the heavenly sword is stalling on the repairs just to squeeze more money out of him. As soon as the amount is paid, a rift appears in the wall. A brilliant light shines from it, and then a long sword appears. Ilshin asks what this is, and the heavenly sword smiles. But the weapon is just a wooden sword. Annoyed, the protagonist says the heavenly sword should at least keep his word. However, the man tells the boy not to be fooled by its appearance, saying the weapon is an excellent sword. The wooden sword is made from a plum tree, and was used by the founder of the Manhwa sect. It is also 850 years old, so it really does not seem bad. Since he is in a hurry and has already paid, the young man decides to try it out. And with a firm voice, he invokes the power of the sword. A notification states that it will be a miracle if the wooden sword reaches 50% of its power. The more the boy uses it in his dreams, the higher its rate will become. The sword begins to react as if trying to give its wielder a hint. But if the notification said it would be a miracle for it to react, the boy wonders what could be happening. Then the training begins with the all-cutting heavenly sword attacking out of nowhere. Ilshin uses his new weapon to block the incoming strike. He is stunned to realize he succeeded. The all-cutting heavenly sword taunts him, telling him to attack now. The boy's remaining time drops to 30 hours. Ilshin remembers that he has never landed a successful attack since the dream training began. The heavenly sword has blocked an incredible 10,000 attacks so far. The hero then decides to take a few more potions. After a few hours, he begins to feel exhausted. After training for some time, the protagonist finally sees the heavenly sword's weakness. He decides to exploit it after all that training. He moves past his opponent with a quick straight slash. The heavenly sword is caught completely by surprise. And finally, our hero manages to land a successful blow. With a confident smile, the boy is pleased. Now, only 20 hours and 30 seconds remain. Ilshin takes another potion after his attack. The heavenly sword acknowledges that the boy is incredible and asks for a potion as well, but the protagonist says there is no way he will give him one. This leaves the deity completely enraged. The eternal seeker of truth then grows tired of this and decides it is his turn to train the hero. Ilshin is thrown from one side to the other. In the chaos, he ends up dropping a vial of the potion. Elsewhere, a war of muscles is about to begin. The eternal seeker of truth prepares himself with his metal skin and whips. He attacks the boy without mercy. This is not a metaphor. The man actually has a whip, but he ends up complimenting the protagonist on his muscle gain. He decides to start light, making the young man lift a 2-ton dumbbell. Ilshin gives it his all, thinking this is all to protect the ants. With great effort, the hero manages to lift the dumbbell, but he is truly pushing his strength to the limit. And even if it is only for a short height, he manages to lift the weight. The eternal savior then applauds his efforts, but says the boy needs a potion to prevent muscle loss. Ilshin then immediately consumes another potion. More time passes, and the protagonist now has only 10 hours left. The soundless nightmare says it is time to train with him. But if the boy falls asleep there, he will return to reality, and it is not yet time. And so, a truly challenging battle begins. The hero lands several sword strikes on the carnivorous flower, making it feel his blows on its stem, but the monster is gigantic and extremely resilient. The soundless nightmare then begs the boy to be more aggressive next time. More time passes. Now the young man has only 1 minute left and his rate is at 49%. He knows he would need to drink 2,000 more potions to achieve it, and there is no time. But upon hearing the nightmare's request, something comes to mind. So the boy charges forward to attack him with everything he has. He decides to test this approach and see what happens. He holds the sword with both hands, ready to be far more aggressive. A confident smile is plastered on his face, and he wants to know how much he has improved. Like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, the boy flashes past his opponent, cutting him down, and the soundless nightmare is overjoyed to see such aggression. The plant's body is visibly wounded after the strike, and Ilshin tells the nightmare to stop acting like a masochist. Now our hero has only 1 second left. After so much effort, our hero is exhausted. A notification announces that his rate is at 49.9%. This leaves him extremely frustrated as he needed to reach 50. But behind the boy, one of the carnivorous flowers' stems begins to stir. The monster draws closer to the boy. It says it likes the last sword he used much better. And finally, the assimilation rate reaches 50%. From this moment on, the boy has the power to intervene directly in Godmaker's world of Entria. To Ilshin, this does not seem like a big deal. The young man feels he has been deceived, but with the increase in the rate, the physical and mental strength of all A-class followers increases. Suddenly, several urgent warnings begin to pop up because the holy war that decides the fate of the god Yu Ilshin has just begun. The protagonist remembers he needs to go to the school roof as the package he ordered should be there. Meanwhile, we see the gates of the kingdom of Antria. The feared monsters begin their approach. The creatures are acting on orders from Lady Hyona. She comments on how the castle is so resilient that some call it indestructible. The woman then orders Beelzebub to advance and attack. The anthropomorphic monster promises he will not disappoint his lady. An army of similar-looking monsters begins to advance. The leader licks a blade, finding all of this very amusing. On the other hand, Auntie is apprehensive, thinking there are too many enemies to defeat with her divine power. But she decides she will follow God's divine decree and not abandon the castle. One of the soldiers heard that Beelzebub's curses of filth can melt any kind of stone. Beelzebub begins to ask the god of filth and pestilence to pour his curses upon the creatures. His body begins to glow with a green light and the creature begins to exhale, wishing for all its enemies to die. Then all the members of the troop begin to pour out their power. But suddenly, a strange fissure opens in the sky. A gigantic leg descends into their midst. Hauna becomes apprehensive seeing the situation, and all the creatures under her command also feel the impact. In a matter of seconds, the leg comes down and crushes some soldiers. Ilshin emerges, gigantic, from the fissure wielding massive cans of insecticide. With a malicious look, he says that his package arrived just in time. The insecticide is pointed at the villains who think it is some unknown weapon used by deities. Beelzebub's body begins to tremble with fear, and Ilshin quickly stares him down, his gaze firm. This causes enormous dread in the monster. He begins to believe that they will all die, and there is no way out but to tell the god of filth. Ilshin sees the battle as a great swarm of flies and is disgusted, and using his crushing god's index finger, he pulls several triggers on the insecticide cans. This is possible because he combined the activating power of his index finger with the telekinesis obtained from the Apostle John. This creates his newest skill, fly eradication. As soon as the jet of insecticide reaches the insects, they begin to suffer the consequences. When Beelzebub understands that it is poison, he orders the troops to retreat immediately. But even the crown on his head begins to melt. The poison is very strong and fast-acting. Thus, many monsters are simply pulverized. Only a toxic smoke remains for the survivors. The insects below notice this, and one of them screams not to approach the poisonous gas. Hannah orders them not to be afraid because the enemy is only one man. Ilshin realizes that on the battlefield there are enough insects to cover an entire city. But everyone who touches the poison gas ends up dying. The monster leader grows anxious, and she screams at Ilshin that his tricks will not work again. The woman then asks the apostle of the beast of power and deception to lend her his strength. The creature with the tiger head obeys the command, and the monster begins to advance rapidly. Not fully understanding what is happening, Ilshin watches. The tiger-headed monster has two wings that look like a dragon's, and it begins to move them, sending a gust of wind in the protagonist's direction. The gust advances quickly, getting close to Ilshin. All this wind blows the insecticide gas away, straight toward Ilshin's ants. The boy thinks quickly and realizes there is only one thing he can do. So he uses his crushing god's index finger and his telekinesis ability. But the insecticides get caught in the gale created by the monster, and the young man laments all the money invested in this. Hyuna is irritated by the evil god's presence again. Ilshin realizes the apostle's power is truly great since the ants almost died, and he realizes the toothy cat has another trick. The tiger-headed monster then opens its mouth and begins to kill the soldiers, collecting the sacrificial offerings. Ilshin knows that collecting offerings makes one much stronger, and he realizes how cruel his enemy is. This type of sacrifice is necessary for Hyona to increase her power as a goddess. Immediately after, the woman orders the dragonflies to send in the blind troops. Because of the toothy cat, all the money invested in buying the insecticides was wasted. Irritated, the protagonist decides he will definitely finish off this monster. He then begins to prepare his index finger again. But as he looks toward the horizon, something catches his attention. A gigantic swarm of dragonflies begins to approach. And they are not just dragonflies. There are other insects on top of them. Their eyes are covered by blindfolds. The mandibles of the blind troops are extremely powerful and can be fatal. The blind troops jump from the dragonflies toward their adversary, and a rain of insects begins to fall on Ilshin. The young man then decides to use his rigid body ability. Even so, the troops get closer and closer, and they begin to strike the protagonist's body with their mandibles. But they are not strong enough to penetrate the young man's body. The eternal seeker of truth is happy when the young man uses this ability. His body becomes as strong as iron. But the soldiers still falling are not frightened by this, and they begin to strike Ilshin's body like raindrops in a storm. Soon, the boy is completely covered by a swarm of ants, but his finger manages to stay free for a few seconds. Just enough time to use the skill god's conviction extinction. Now his thumb is also free, and the boy uses the thumb of the god of proliferation. The ants clinging to his body begin to catch fire. The protagonist is now covered in flames. The boy then begins to walk and uses his middle finger to prepare a flick, launching several fireballs toward the enemy army. The insects are terrified, saying that the fires of hell are raining down. Some begin to run wildly for their lives. But in the midst of the chaos, many are still hit by the fire, and the enemy troops suffer heavy casualties. After this, Ilshin begins to run out of energy, and his promotion quest for the evil lesser god advances a little. Even after getting stronger from the 50% assimilation rate, it was not enough. And now the young man starts to feel a little dizzy from using so much energy. And the apostle of fire glowing in the sky begins to stare at Ilshin, resentful that he uses the same flame as its master. The protagonist realizes it must be another idiot with some crazy personality. Haona orders the great apostles of God to get rid of this evil spirit. The fire chariot accepts the request, but in return, it will collect 100 million sacrifices. The soldiers become desperate when they realize there will be more sacrifices, but the goddess shouts that they must accept it for the glory of the empire's victory. The apostle then begins to unleash flames toward the army, burning them instantly and without mercy. Thus, the apostle begins to reap its offerings. With a giant vortex of flames aimed at its sacrifices, Ilshin notices that the monster grew much larger after that and realizes this may have made the situation much worse. The apostle's eyes glow with malice and its wheels begin to spin rapidly. The fire chariot charges toward the protagonist who, despite feeling the effects of using too much energy, readies his index finger again. But the ability fails because he does not have enough energy. Because of this, the apostle manages to strike him violently. The young man bounces off the ground several times and is thrown far away by the impact. His exhausted body falls to the ground wounded. Haona asks if Nava saw the miserable end of the evil god. Ilshin begins to wonder if he truly the battle. For even if he is worshipped as a god, it is impossible to protect them. Auntie approaches asking her god to please open his eyes. The young man asks what she is doing there since he asked her not to leave castle. The girl tries to use her healing, but it fails because of the apostle's divine power. The enemy observes that the young man is still alive and is surprised, but he decides to advance on him again, primarily to stop him from using his master's flames. But meanwhile, Ilho's prayers filled with faith begin to reach the protagonist's ears. He asks his god to summon him. As a little power still remains, the hero decides to try to bring him here from the tower. A blue lightning bolt appears in the sky cutting through the air, and Ilho appears having been summoned by his great god, Ilshin. The young man says his god no longer needs to worry because he killed many of these monsters in the tower. But in that exact moment, a gigantic mouth with sharp teeth approaches, and the tiger-headed monster quickly snaps him up, saying that Ilho was nothing more than an insect eaten in a single bite. Anti becomes desperate seeing what happened. For Ilshin, this is the end, as he can no longer move even a finger. But suddenly, a notification announces that the repair of Celestial Sword that cuts through anything is complete. And during the repair, some things were discarded, so the repair is free of charge. At that moment, a large fissure begins to appear in the ground, and the great sword emerges with tremendous energy. From within a fissure in the ground, a gigantic sword emerges. As if drawn by a magnet, the sword flies to the hero's hand. And as soon as the young man holds it, a blue energy courses through the weapon in him. In that same moment, Ilshin feels his energy returning. With his strength renewed, the protagonist manages to get to his feet again. The fire chariot senses that things have become very dangerous. Ilshin uses his skill sharing, and the other monsters begin to fear what comes next. It is the power of the heavenly demon realm, and upon seeing such power, they all begin to flee. With a dark expression, the young man asks if they are going to start running. The first to be targeted is the fire chariot. Ilshin quickly approaches the apostle and strikes him squarely, wounding him in the blink of an eye. The monster is hurled forcefully to the ground, and its body molded by its mistress is left damaged. The other serpent-like monster is the next victim. Its necks are cut with absurd speed, and the heads fall to the ground. The monster is defeated. After the strikes, Ilshin takes his stance holding his great sword. The tiger-headed monster is sent flying away. Ilshin wants revenge for it eating Ilho, but his power is still an issue, and he wonders if he can use the heavenly demon's realm one more time. Placing a hand on his head, the boy thinks this is all becoming a mess. The monster realizes its adversary used too much power, so it opens its mouth and lunges toward its opponent. It decides this is its chance to finish the boy off, but before it can strike, the monster senses something. The tiger quickly tries to halt its flight. Its expression changes completely as it senses an immense power coming from Ilshin's body. A powerful aura emanates from the boy's body. This happens because Sangmi Reseal is destroyed, and now the girl has the potential for transcendence. Ilshin is overjoyed and feels that small miracles are starting to happen. His mission as a lower-level god evolves. Thanks to Miri, his divine power is being restored. This means the young man is now able to unleash the heavenly demon's realm on the fanged cat. The monster in turn is frightened and decides to avoid a direct confrontation. But a bizarre sound begins to cut through the silence. Worried, Ilshin looks back trying to find its source. The moment he understands what it is, his eyes widen. The headless monster begins to rise again, now much larger. This is because the monster's body is blessed with immortality, so his mere sword cannot kill it. The severed neck begins to regenerate, forming a brand new head. The monster's energy is now renewed. The protagonist observes the situation and begins to understand what he is up against. The apostle of the ruler of the abyssal swamp is known for always toying with others. This makes our hero even more pessimistic. The monster warns him again that trying to kill them with trivial and insignificant abilities is impossible, and so it charges with all its might to finish the boy. The sword hears the monster's words and is outraged at its abilities being called trivial. This startles the boy, who has no idea what is going on with the sword. Seeing that the sword can talk, the enemy says it will take it as a trophy. Besides just talking, the sword begins to taunt the snake monster, but the adversary says its regenerative ability makes the sword's powers useless. Ilshin begins to wonder what kind of spirit might be possessing the sword. The weapon cannot contain itself and erupts into loud laughter. The protagonist begins to think the voice sounds like that of a true psychopath. Seeing this, the monster is baffled by the sword's posture. The sword says it is laughing because its opponent is already dead. This statement leaves the serpent monster confused. Then, the confusion turns to rage and the creature is struck. Its regeneration power begins to fail. The neck that was about to regenerate simply evaporates. The monster receives a blow from the heavenly demon realm, an attack that is nearly impossible to resist. As a result, its regenerative ability does not work as it should. The sword continues to taunt, calling its opponent a very bold little snake. Ilshin defeats the ruling apostle of the abyssal swamp, and the sacrifice is absorbed. The apostle is a great sacrifice and counts as 2S class. As such, his lower-level demon mission advances. A black energy begins to emanate from the sword and the young man's body. He feels his energy increasing and asks what will happen when he gets all 10. But then, from above, another creature begins to approach. Ilshin looks toward the presence he is sensing. But the tiger-headed monster says it is too late and that it will tear him to pieces. The monster's wings begin to beat, sending a blast of wind. It rushes quickly toward the protagonist's body. The tiger-headed monster's power surges forward. Ilshin deflects it with a swift strike of his sword. The sword praises him, saying he is adapting to the moment. The protagonist is annoyed with the fanged cat for attempting a surprise attack. The tiger is completely shocked to see its charge has been blocked. In desperation, it tells the boy to wait, and Ilshin thinks the enemy is resorting to tricks. Suddenly, however, the monster's belly begins to form strange, painful bulges. The young man is shocked to see this happening. After this, the tiger monster begins to plummet from the sky, crashes into the ground like a meteor. Screaming in agony, the fanged cat cries out from the immense pain in its stomach. Its eyes even roll back from the pain. And suddenly, a black shape bursts from inside the creature's belly. Ilho emerges from the creature's belly using his muscle ability. Elated, Ilshin is happy to see his follower is still alive. The warrior says that a large monster who thinks size is everything can always be defeated from the inside out. Ilshin gives his follower a thumbs up. But right after, the young man begins to fall and the sword says, "This is a very troublesome servant." Now that they have some time, the hero asks the sword who it is. The weapon replies that he should listen carefully as it is an honorable being. But the dramatic pause only annoys the young man with all the suspense. But before answering, the sword seems unable to remember clearly. Ilshin begins to suspect it is the heavenly sword's kitchen knife, but the voice is completely different. The young man tries to ask the heavenly sword, but it ignores the question. The protagonist starts thinking there is no other option but to ask for a refund. But lost in thought, the boy does not realize the fire chariot is alive. It begins to complain about losing its body and says it will never forgive him. Ilshin picks his nose as he watches the whole outburst. The monster demands the priestess make more sacrifices so it can gain more power. Hyona offers a sacrifice of 100 million, then raises it to 1 billion, but the monster says that is still not enough. The fire chariot needs the entire 100 billion at once. The demand leaves the priestess shocked, and the flaming monster, with hatred in its eyes, demands that she offer them. From a distance, the army of soldiers sees a great flame. It rapidly advances toward them, killing them all. Hannah begs the apostle to stop, saying this goes beyond their contract and the emperor will not forgive it. But the flaming beast does not stop, saying it needs more and more sacrifices. Ilshin watches the scene and begins to understand the gravity of the situation. The monster continues to feed with every passing moment. The area becomes a true hell engulfed in flames. All that remains is a trail of destruction. Nearby, Ilho lifts a gigantic boulder. He challenges the monster to be his opponent since all it does is boast about its size. The young man's strength is so great his feet sink into the ground. He hurls the gigantic boulder toward his adversary. The rock flies like a projectile, closing the distance. But as it gets closer, it begins to melt. Its flames are so powerful they manage to protect it. Confident, the monster tells them to behold the power of its master, the fire that shines in the sky. The creature's face is completely consumed by fire. Ilho is confused and asks Ilshin for advice on what to do next. The sword is irritated by the question, believing Ilho to be incredibly naive. Excited, the protagonist asks if his weapon has a good plan, and the sword says a head that uses such insignificant flames must be cut off. As expected, the ideas that come from the sword are anything but normal. The area is already starting to look like the inside of a volcano, but the weapon insists, saying there is nothing in this world it cannot cut. Ilshin thinks it might sound insane, but right now there is nothing else he can do. So gathering his courage and determination, he thinks he has to try. He readies the sword, raising it with both hands. He uses his sharing ability, activating the sword demon, the divine sword of the celestial demon. The fire chariot is shocked to see the young man approaching. The young man is already near the fire and keeps advancing, but the monster does not seem intimidated and asks if that is all the boy has. Ilshin thinks that even if the celestial sword repaired his weapon, it must have a limit, and that he should have thought more about this when he learned the delivery was free. The enemy, meanwhile, is extremely confident and optimistic. Suddenly, the confident smile disappears from the creature's flaming face. It transforms into an expression of suffering as the creature screams for its body. A violent explosion then erupts. The sword says the opponent has been cut. Ilshin thinks the sword is being pretentious since he was the one wielding it. This time, the young man does not pass out, unlike when he fought Gustav and failed to stay conscious. And then the protagonist begins to receive some messages. The divine abundance seems to look at the burning sky, its eyes filled with concern. And the soundless nightmare says it is too early to be complacent. The young man then looks up, worried. His eye widens at what he sees. The apostle of the fire that shines in the sky originated from an ancient battle between two brother-sun gods. Ilshin managed to cut the enemy, but that only served to break the seal. The celestial sword says the young man should give up as the enemy has the power of a greater god. In any case, the young man is doomed, for his divine power has run dry. But Ilshin believes there is still a way out, and he knows he cannot give up. The battlefield looks like the scene of a catastrophic fire. The apostle begins to scream that he will burn the entire world down along with the boy. Ilshin then remembers that someone else must think as he does, that giving up is not an option. It is Ilho who the protagonist now sees as a real escape from this disaster. But the warrior is also terrified, thinking that the enemy is truly powerful. The hero yells at Ilho not to be a coward and to offer a sacrifice at once. The boy's eyes seem to ignite at the command. Then the small fighter grabs the tail of the enemy that ate him. He begins to spin it non-stop with surprising speed and offers the beast as a sacrifice to his god. Ilshin grows excited, realizing just how incredible this offering will be. The apostle, meanwhile, believes that whatever they do now is useless. The tiger-headed monster is thrown with great force. The protagonist begins to absorb it with his index finger. Soon, nothing remains of the beast that was thrown. An energy cloud forms similar to a black hole. Ilho's offering is truly a powerful sacrifice equivalent to 2S ranks. With this, the low-level demon mission is now complete. And so, he is promoted to a low-level evil god. And immediately after, he cracks a confident smile. He feels the divine power of a low-level god coursing through his veins. Excited, Ilho raises his arms and asks everyone to hail Lord Yu Ilshin. Auntie begins to pray even harder to help her god. The young man is thrilled to see that his subjects truly see him as a god. The apostle says that further fighting is useless and that if he must, he will burn him along with his world. But the young man raises his middle finger in defiance and orders the enemy to shut up. He says it is already hot enough here, so the apostle should just get lost. Ilshin's blow lands squarely on his opponent's chin. He feels the impact but says that tricks like that will not work. The protagonist realizes the enemy is incredibly strong, and this becomes clearer with every passing moment. He thinks it might be because of the 100 billion sacrifices he received. Even after being promoted to a low-level god, he still feels he is no match for him. The apostle begins to advance, warning that such an attack will not make him retreat. As the monster approaches, the temperature rises and the fortress begins to melt. Ilshin, in turn, begins to think that the heavenly demon's realm will not work this time. He thinks he has no choice but to resort to the treasure of the heavenly sword. But the sword itself orders the boy to stop, as there is nothing in the treasure that can cut through the flames. Desperate, the hero does not know what to do next. But then he notices a dark blue blur falling from the sky. The sword is also shocked to see this. Far away, a large building stands as night begins to fall. There are several empty boxes and a cell phone on a bed. The sword demon appears to be training with intense focus. Already looking exhausted, the young man seems to have reached a conclusion. He has finally grasped the depth of the second form, and all the energy he gained through hard training is sent directly to his god. The time has finally come to release the second form of the heavenly demon's divine sword. Thanks to this, the heavenly sword finally remembers who it is. Its single sinister eye widens in that instant, and suddenly the weapon takes the form of an old man with long white hair. And with a firm voice, the old man begins to explain who he is. The honorable heavenly demon who emanates an aura of pure power. Ilshin is confused upon hearing his sword's true identity, and he begins to see a glimpse of the heavenly demon's history. The man is gravely wounded and holds his weapon tightly. His eyes are welling with tears, and his face is covered in wounds. The wounded man watches a girl lying fallen before him. The heavenly demon killed his own daughter, who became a follower of the god of destruction. He also killed 1 million of her followers and then took his own life, a true tragedy. As his memories return, the heavenly demon begins to suffer from the loss. An observation notification appears stating he has been searching for someone to avenge him for thousands of years. He lost his memories in a fraudulent incident, but they returned thanks to the sword demon. The heavenly sword, which cuts through all things, tried to trick the heavenly demon into becoming its follower. But when faced with him, something unexpected happened. The heavenly demon refused, saying he hates fraud. That is why the heavenly sword erased the heavenly demon's memories and sealed him inside one of its swords, forcing him to work for free. Ilshin grows angry, seeing that the heavenly sword acted as a fraud. The spirit comments that the sword demon is responsible for his memories returning, so he can be considered a good follower. Clenching his fist, the man asks a pointed question. He asks if the young god thinks he can make his vengeance a reality. With conviction, the protagonist says he will make him taste his blade. This excites the spirit, and he begins to roar with laughter. Extending a hand to the young man, he says Ilshin can use his power and deserves to be his master. His form then begins to change, returning to that of a sword. Ilshin raises a finger and begins to prepare another power. Now, our protagonist gains the heavenly demon as a new follower. The Apostle of Fire is caught off guard by the attack. With this, the promotion quest to low-rank benevolent god also progresses. And after much effort, it is finally completed. As a result, Ilshin is also promoted to low-rank benevolent god. The awakening of the demonic sword is the final piece of the puzzle needed to complete the miracle. Now, the young man's eyes shine with confidence, but the apostle begins to scream, asking if the young man thinks he is a match just because he gained a few more powers. To counter Ilshin's attack, the monster unleashes a blast of fire. A thrilling clash between two powerful attacks begins. The sword advises that to extinguish a fire, he must start an even greater one. As he adjusts his grip on the sword, the hero begins to move. And the heavenly demon says this is his interpretation of the great flaming hell, one of the 8 worst great hells. The Apostle of Fire presses his attack, saying that resistance is futile. The two powers are about to collide, and when they do, they cause a massive explosion. The monster is shocked to see the hero is able to cut through its flames. Ilshin repeats his order for the apostle to get out since it is already hot as hell. The result of the last clash is a wound on the flaming monster. But the apostle believes a wound like this will be healed quickly by his master's power. But the blue flame continues to burn the monster's face, and it begins to despair. The sky turns purple and blue as the flames consume everything. Ilshin holds the sword firmly, observing the situation. He realizes things turned out better than he imagined. The sky turns blue again, and there is no sign of the apostle. The hero is thrilled to have protected Antria. With this, all the subjects are happy, realizing it was a true miracle. Ilho shouts that this is what he expected from Lord Ilshin, and that he never doubted the victory would be his. The protagonist gives a sarcastic chuckle and says, he figured as much. But now he really needs to rest and leaves the rest to the ants. Antai and Ho give a respectful bow and accept. A notification appears announcing that the hero was victorious in the Holy War. Fame spreads far across the continents. And now he can challenge the promotion quest to intermediate god for both the good and evil paths. Sometime later, the young man is sitting in a chair. The sword is beside him watching everything. The boy seems excited for some reason. He starts to laugh while the celestial sword glares at him shouting that he is a thief. But with a malicious smile, the young man says it was Lord Celestial Sword who tried to rob him. The Celestial Sword replies that it had no idea the demonic sword could awaken the memories of Celestial Demon. It also says the young man caused a lot of damage, so the repairs will cost 50,000 divine coins. Ilshin is incredulous, saying it is too expensive and that he will pay 10 million coins at most. The Soundless Nightmare then slyly says it knows a blacksmith. The stalkers start offering other alternatives since the market is competitive. Realizing it has competition, the Celestial Sword accepts the 10 million offer, but Ilshin now proposes only 3 million. But the all-slicing Celestial Sword says that is a pittance. However, the young man remembers how much money it has already extorted from him, so this would make things fair. In the end, the Celestial Sword accepts the 3 million deal. Suddenly, the boy receives a call from the director. The man asks where the young man is and tells him to come to the Hunter Association quickly because hundreds of Gustav the crocodile's eggs have been found. A while later, they are at the Hunter Association. An advertisement featuring the famous song Mina is at the entrance. Ilshin notices this and is surprised. The two young men mentally agree that the girl is indeed very beautiful, but something catches their attention right after. The young woman is there in the flesh, right in front of them. She is accompanied by the director and Sungmiri. The protagonist greets everyone politely, but the director is in a hurry to get inside and look at the crocodile eggs. Since the sword demon is not affiliated with the Hunter Association, he has to wait outside. Obediently, The young man agrees to wait quietly. Apparently, every S-rank hunter in Korea has gathered here to see the eggs. Baekyu Hyun recognizes Il Shin and waves from a distance. He asks the young man to sit near him and for Mina to sit at his side. But the young woman grabs Il Shin's arm and says she wants to stay by the professor's side. An older gentleman asks everyone to take their seats. It is Chairman Lee Ji-tae who announces that Gustav's eggs will be brought out shortly. Sung Mina gets excited, imagining the eggs must be delicious. Ilshin is caught in the crossfire between the redhead and his probable ex-girlfriend. Then, suddenly, something catches the boy's attention. A blonde woman is sitting nearby wearing a penguin mask. Other than the mask, there is nothing particularly strange about the woman's clothes or posture. And even though he tries, the hero cannot assess who the woman is. This leaves the young man deeply concerned, wondering who she could be. Then, at a certain point, Mina spots an egg and becomes happy. A cart begins to approach, carrying the object. It is a gigantic egg with several shining stones embedded in its shell. The chairman presents the egg of the SS rank monster, Gustav, to everyone present. Of the 100 eggs discovered in Africa, this is the only one that has not yet hatched. The other 99 eggs that hatched are still being tracked down. Il Shin remembers nearly dying the last time he faced the monster, and now they say 99 of its offspring are roaming free. Suddenly, the giant egg begins to shake. The protagonist notices this and is shocked. The two staff members grow concerned and the egg begins to crack. And suddenly, a small crocodile with glowing eyes emerges. It leaves everyone there enchanted by its cuteness. The small creature begins to speak a few words that are difficult to understand, but Ilshin recognizes them as a threat. The baby says it has found its mother's enemy. The young man grows apprehensive, wondering if he is the only one who can understand what the baby is saying. And immediately, the crocodile darts forward, heading toward the far end of the table. The protagonist's eyes widen at the incredible speed of a newborn creature. The baby positions itself in front of Ilshin and says with conviction that it will kill him. It prepares to strike the young man with its claws. The boy still cannot believe what is happening and he freezes. But in reality, Ilshin seems to see the baby in slow motion. He then begins to realize that he is the one who has grown stronger. Now that he is a low-level god, a small crocodile is no threat. The moment the baby sees what the young man does, its expression changes instantly. The small creature realizes that it has only just been born, but this is the moment of its death. But before Ilshin's blow can land, a powerful punch arrives first and sends the reptile flying at an impressive speed. The man who threw the punch is Kang Young-hyuk, an S-rank hunter. The baby crocodile hits the wall, starts to feel pain, and thinks it needs to find a way to escape. But another hunter pins it against the wall in that same instant. It is Singyu, who says he was almost fooled by the creature's cuteness. Struggling for air, the baby becomes certain that it is going to die. But the hunter releases it and asks if everyone is alright. Ilshin tries to steady his breathing. He thinks it was quite embarrassing that they took down the creature before he could even attack. And he realizes that S-rank hunters are on a completely different level. Mina clings to Miri and starts screaming that the crocodile is terrifying. The director and Yoo Hyun are annoyed by the creature's audacity, but our protagonist remains silent, simply observing the crocodile's behavior. The small creature now starts to tremble all over. Prays that if there is a god anywhere, he please save it now. Someone with a firm voice approaches and asks if the animal is still alive, preparing a heavy stomp to end its life. The young man's foot is about to touch the reptile's head when an older man stops him saying, "Excuse me, he is Go Sadok, an S-rank hunter, captain of the Fire Temple Guild, and also known as the One-Man Army." Kong Jong asks why the old man is interfering. Duke replies that he cannot allow the creature to be damaged any further as he intends to take it for study. The blond man explains that he must kill the crocodile with his own hands or he will not be satisfied. With a sarcastic chuckle, the old man asks why young people these days are so rude. The entire place then begins to shake as if in an earthquake. The old man begins to gather his energy saying that perhaps Kong Jong will learn some respect after a good beating. The sword demon begins to feel the tremor as does everyone else inside the room. The director realizes the man is about to summon a spirit soldier inside the room and orders him to stop at once. But Kong Jong also has a trick up his sleeve and summons a special armor. He stands face to face with Duke, staring him down. Director Choi decides to stop the fight by stepping between the two of them. Il-shin watches it all, wishing he had some popcorn to enjoy the trashy spectacle. After all, he always finds it amusing to watch others fight. Meanwhile, the little crocodile is still on the ground, pleading for help. The protagonist notices this and his eyes go straight to the small creature. The once defiant hatchling is now scared to death. A notification announces the appearance of Gustav's apostle, a male crocodile who is terrified and can create a small miracle if saved. This makes the young man's eyes light up, but something makes the situation more difficult. It will be difficult to do anything with this fight going on. The notification returns, and the young man grows a bit more confused. The notice asks if the benevolent, low-level god wishes to grant mercy to an insignificant monster, saying it is possible to save him without anyone's knowledge. After reading everything, the young man clicks the word yes without much hesitation, and the little crocodile begins to glow with a blue aura. His eyes widen as he does not understand what is happening, and suddenly, the small creature vanishes as if by magic. Worried, Il-shin begins to wonder who could be behind all of this. He then decides to take out his phone to try and understand the situation. But as he looks at the screen, he is startled. The woman in the penguin mask notices the strange movement. The little crocodile ends up in Antria, right next to Auntie, and its form is also quite different. It looks much cuter. And by the looks of it, no one in the room seems to notice the animal is gone. They are far more preoccupied with the fight between the two hunters, but Il-shin knows it will be a huge problem once they notice, so he thinks of a plan B. But at that exact moment, the woman in the penguin mask appears behind him. The protagonist tries to back away from her and asks if she saw anything. The woman shakes her head no, but then she notices the crocodile is missing. Il-shin then asks her to wait a moment and that they should talk about it. The penguin woman raises her arm and the young man thinks it is all over. She notices, and with a calm voice, he tries to talk to the penguin woman. But in reality, the woman is just greeting him. And right after, she turns her back and walks away as if nothing happened and she noticed nothing at all. Suddenly, an explosion at the location startles everyone. A young man emerges from the middle of the explosion, jumping onto the table. It is the sword demon who is worried about his god. This is very convenient for the protagonist who thinks he can use him to get out of there. But one of the hunters seems to recognize the young man's faithful follower. He asks if he is Kong Geometry, but the long-haired man says he is not. Sinew tells the young man not to lie and introduces himself as his only friend. Il-shin is curious, wondering if those two know each other, but he decides to focus on what is most important. In an angry voice, he calls out the sword demon's name. Scolding the young man, he asks how he dares cause a commotion in a place like this. He drags him out of the area, saying they should talk outside. The two brawlers and the director are left confused by the situation. Outside, Il-shin continues to drag his follower down the hallway. The sword demon, dramatic as always, begins to say he will kill himself as punishment for what he has done. But the young man, who is actually grateful, tries to calm him down, asking him to just be quiet for a while. Suddenly, Duke's shout is heard, asking where the crocodile went. But by now, Il-shin is already far away, safe and sound. This quickly becomes a reason for the fight between the two hunters to continue. This brings a malicious smile to the protagonist's face. Kong Jong argues that it is Duke's fault for saving the reptile, and the woman in the penguin mask just keeps saying nonsensical things. A while later, still at the Hunter Academy, but now in the school infirmary, Il-shin decides to lie down for a bit to enjoy the silence and solitude. Auntie is tasked by her god with raising the crocodile well. Il-shin places a powerful magic seal around the creature's neck like a collar. It is the least the young man can do since Auntie agreed to raise it well. But the young man is still very curious to see what kind of small miracle will happen. Suddenly, someone appears at the infirmary door. The gray-haired young man asks if this game is very fun. Il-shin quickly sits up and asks what Sinew is doing there. The man furrows his brow and says there is something he would like to ask, but his arm immediately begins to charge with blue energy. The protagonist begins to think that S-rank hunters truly do not know the meaning of a conversation.